All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to return to customer states compilations. Customer states compilations. What can I even say about this? The things, well, actually, you know what? It's probably best if you guys can see my face before we even get started. Yo, peoples! Kyushu92 here. Welcome back to yet another nice, cool session. Chill session, if you will. Kitty, good to see you. Where we are going to be reacting to more customer states compilations. Now, we left off of this, I believe, earlier on in the month. And this was just the best of 2023. There's one for the best of 2024, and that is significantly longer than this one. We're going to be checking that one out too, because last time we left off, we've seen some ridiculous things that people did to their cars. From wearing out their tires to the point where they have to actually duct tape it and try to duct tape it, which is unsafe, by the way, to people being so blatantly ignorant about what's going on with their car that even a child could figure out that, hey, you say you can't get any hot air, you can't get any cool air in your car. Flip the switch to cold and then hit AC. This is basic stuff. And these sort of compilations just make me question how people even got a driver's license to begin with. If you don't, the first thing you do when you get a car, the first thing, you open up a can of worms? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. It's your fault. But when you get a car, like, when you get anything and you don't know how to use it, isn't the first thing you do is to use a manual? To find out, hey, can this do this? Can this do that? That's usually one of the first things that you think of, right? One of the first things you think of. But no, some people are so devoid of intelligence that they really need other people to tell them how to operate the cars that they buy on purpose. Why are you driving if you don't know what goes on with your car? How? How is it even possible? And it's even worse when you see people getting things done to their car by people who are not professionals at it. I still remember that half-hearted welding job for this person to get new exhaust pipes, and the welding is so spotty and so bumpy that it literally looks like a weapon from a From Software game. Like it's just bubbling and spiky outside. It looks like the sword of Baelitz from the Skull Knight of Berserk. It was crazy. Let me see, or look it up on the internet and find a solution that way. You would think with as much time people spend on their phones that the first thing they do instead of asking others, what does this do? They would look it up themselves. It gets me every single time when people are online and they're asking questions. Hey, do you know what's going on with this? Instead of looking it up. I'm not going to go to a live stream or go to anyone's video and ask, hey, do you know where I can find this? And I'm literally on the internet asking this person this instead of searching for it using the internet. You got the internet at your fingertips and you still want to ask questions to other people? You haven't tried looking on the internet first? Is it really that difficult? Hello, Hybrid. I'm kind of on a rant right now, and I haven't even started the video. Let's begin. Let's just go ahead and get started, shall we? I'll put this over in theater mode.
Fuel vibration while driving, as they said.
So
Piping,
last we left off.
Exhaust clamp. Then we come over here.
Yeah. Someone piping attached to hold on to the car, and there's a whole wrench.
The customer of this vehicle brought it in as they said they've tried to fix a U-joint on their drive shaft, but still have a bad vibration while driving.
Yo, D-Train, it is good to see you. I hope your day is going well. The same for you, Kitty, and Hybrid.
Customer states volume is maxed out but still sounds low. The technician found out that the customer installed some aftermarket speakers in the front doors, but never wired them in and also had cut the connectors. The speakers were also only held up by one screw because the window glass was in the way.
Customer states they have a water leak and fan is wet under here. I see the water coming in from the back all over here until we get to right about here where I go back and find this piece of electrical tape covering that. We called the customer, said it was bullet holes.
Customer states he shot a hole in his floorboard to see if there was any bullets in his gun.
This is where we left off. This is where we left off. Customer shot the floor of their car to see if there were bullets still in the gun. You couldn't open your door and shoot into the concrete or into something else that isn't a human. Let me say that. That isn't a human or a living being. You couldn't have just shot someplace else. You decided to shoot into your own car? That is just financially irresponsible. That means you just... How many minutes has this stream been live? How many minutes have we been live? Hold on. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We have been live 5 minutes. No, sorry, 6 minutes. We have been live 6 minutes. How? No, you don't even shoot it. You safety check it or check the clip. See, these are common sense things. Like me, I'm just thinking like maybe he already checked the clip or something, and maybe in my obliviousness, I was just thinking maybe he already checked it and he just wanted to see if it would actually go. But that's the first thing. You check and see if there's a bullet in there. You know, John Wick gave us a good example of good gun safety. You know, when he wasn't shooting under people, he would check to see if there was a bullet in the clip. Check the mag. Check the clip. Sorry. Yeah. Check the clip and see if there was bullets in it, and then check inside of the gun itself to see if there was already a bullet loaded into the chamber. That's common sense when you're handling firearms. Why would you shoot inside of your car to check? You don't deserve guns. You don't deserve cars. You deserve to walk. Why? And what were you shooting to make bullet holes this big?
Customer states they have a fuel leak from the rear differential. The customer just installed an auxiliary fuel tank and had it connected to the vent hose on the rear differential instead of the fuel tank.
Why are people installing stuff in their cars and they don't know what they're doing? Why do people think that they're suddenly a mechanic just because they seen a video of it on YouTube and now they're certified to install whatever they want onto their car? No, this is why you take it to a professional who has years of experience, not months, not days, not weeks, years of auto experience. Why do people? Just because I look up how to fix a toilet handle in my bathroom does not make me a plumber. I'm not an expert on fixing pipes and every single thing that's in my house. I'm not an expert on that. This is ridiculous. Also, I need to refresh the page. Yeah, let me refresh the page.
At Carolina Hyundai, we are built on...
No, you will not be doing that. Let me refresh again. There we go.
Customer states he shot a hole in his floorboard to see if there was any bullets in his gun.
Because they don't want to spend the money to have it professionally fixed.
From the rear.
But that's my thing. You would probably save more money getting it fixed by a legitimate and honest mechanic rather than you trying to fix it yourself and costing yourself more money when you inevitably break stuff. We're not even a full 5 minutes into this 29-minute video, and there's still the 2024 compilation to go through. My goodness.
Rear differential. The customer just installed an auxiliary fuel tank and had it connected to the vent hose on the rear differential instead of the fuel tank.
washer fluid reservoir.
Take a little air, put it in this here transmission hose.
The customer said her husband found a hose sitting in the engine bay and figured it went to the transmission vent. The hose ended up being for the washer pump, and he had attached it directly to the vent on the transmission. The customer drove for long enough like this that it ended up damaging the transmission and needed to be replaced.
So every time they rent a water.
Oh! You spy a random hose in your car and just naturally assumed that it just goes to the washer fluid intake and it winds up going directly into your transmission. So when you put washer fluid in your car, it feeds directly into the transmission of your car.
Washer fluid or washer
I don't know if I'm gonna
windshield,
make it.
They pumped washer fluid into the transmission.
Customer states washer fluid doesn't spray after they replace their washer pump. The customer had connected a washer hose directly to the vent on the front differential. Customer states
there's a rattling sound in their car while they also have all of their metals forcibly hanging from their glove compartment. I don't know. And this is only 2023. We still got 2024. And I know there's going to be a 2025 version because people will always be stupid and ignorant. There will be a 2025 version. We'll watch that when it eventually gets made.
Customer states when pressing home screen on HUD unit of steering wheel, it goes to the temperature settings. The technician found this pine cone that rests against the touchscreen, which is enough of an input to go to the climate settings. He removed the pine cone and fixed the issue.
Why is a pine cone in the car? Why is a pine cone in the car? Why is the pine cone in the car? You mean you can't get no air freshener that makes it smell like pine cones? You got an actual pine cone in the car? Oh, but my touch screen doesn't work. That's because the pine cone is touching your touch screen. Did you not think of maybe moving the pine cone? You see, smart Oh, this is okay. If y'all thought I would rage, at a From Software game, if you thought I would rage at games where I get killed over and over and over again, if you thought that I would rage when dumb stuff happens to me in video games or whatever, you don't know just how stupidity makes my stomach turn with anger. It just there are people that exist that don't think. That don't think at all. This is ridiculous. Your climate, it automatically goes to the climate, and it doesn't dawn on you that, this is a touch screen. The pine cone is touching my touch screen. Nah, that couldn't be the problem. You deserve bikes. Bikes. And not even full-fledged adult bikes. You deserve bikes that when you pedal backwards, those are your brakes. Those are the types of vehicles you need. Not a car with a touchscreen, because apparently that's too sophisticated and requires way too many brain cells for you to be able to put two and two together. Why is a pine cone in your car? Your car is not a place for potpourri. That's for your bathroom. You know, your grandmother's bathroom where she's got like the seat covers, the soft seat covers, and then the top part of the toilet lid is like a fur covering. And there's a literal toilet mat directly underneath you that matches the toilet lid covering. That's where the pine cone goes. That's where it goes. It doesn't go in your car. It doesn't go on your dash where your touchscreen is. You know, something you should probably keep anything that has jagged or slight edges on it to keep it from ruining your touchscreen, mind you. That is not where pine cones go. You may have done it, may have found a topic that makes him rage. Look, if you thought me raging at the lady who can't cook, who somehow found her way on television, if you thought that could make me go off, this is definitely doing it. Not even 10 minutes into this video, and we got another hour-long video to watch after that, because, Lord, give me strength.
Customer states. Interior, cargo, and dome lights don't work. Let's try pressing that. Oh. There we go.
Customer states their center console display goes out, and it's been off for the past 10 days. Customer states.
Okay, let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you. I recognize that display because my family, we have a Mazda H3, and it has that same display on it. And even I figured out relatively quickly that, screen's not on. Wonder what's going on. So you know what I did? Let me tell you what I did. What I did was I started pressing buttons, finding out what could possibly happen. Not only that, but I also paid attention to the symbols and pictures that were with the corresponding buttons. So for me, a half circle with a line going through it is the trademark symbol for power off and power on. You see it on computers. You see it on... I can't say that I got it on my PS5 because it just has a regular button that it's just like a little rectangular. But my laptop here, it is basically a circle with a line going through it that's highlighted to tell me my laptop is on right now. My remote, where's my remote? Even my remote has it, and mind you, I had this remote for a while, so the power button is literally faded because of how often I've hit that button. But what you can see or make out as best as you can is the fact that there is a half circle right here with a line going through it. Do you know what that means? Power on, power off. Now, why is that such a hard concept for people to understand when we have really reached the point where even pictures can't explain things for us, because a lot of people tend to be visual people who need visual aid in order for them to comprehend stuff. We have reached a point where even pictures can't help. You did it. You did it, kitty. You found something that made me rage even more than... And it's not even rage, it's just annoyance. It is annoyance that borders on anger. So... we've reached a point where some people can't even have pictures tell them how to do stuff. They need to be handheld now.
Oh, my dashboard's touchscreen won't turn on.
Did you hit the power button?
What power button?
Get out of my office.
It's right turn signal. Customer states right turn signal won't stay engaged. This
Right turn signal won't stay. Has nothing to do with the fact that my turn signal keeps snapping. It's got nothing to do with the fact that I have a mask right here. That's not the problem. It's the car's fault. It's not my fault for putting not one, but two different face masks, because I realized that the black one in front, it has like its own little band. And then we have the one that's striped underneath, and that's one is pretty much keeping it from moving. How do you not put two and two together? Don't count on this person to save you in a panic room. Don't count on this person to save you in a horror movie. They'll be the same one that sees the killer running towards them, and they're all like, Hey, what's that guy doing? It seems like he's running towards us. He's got a machete. What is he gonna do with that? And then that's the first person to go. You don't have to be fast. You just need to be faster than your friend. And that friend is literally going backwards. Gotta say, you're quite proud of yourself. Look, I understand. You guys like to see me rage at this stuff because I'm just saying what everyone is thinking out loud. These people are dumb. But also you know what? We're just gonna keep going because we'll be here all day. Not that I have a problem with that because I like chilling with you guys. And, well, this is one of the ways that I can help keep my job because of, everything that's going on. Because this is my job, so. But at the same time, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Oh, my turn signal won't work. Do you have anything blocking it? No, I just got some mask there, but I don't see how that would be the problem. Ma'am, remove the masks from your car. But what if I need to get my hands on it? Put it on your gear shift. But I don't really want it there because it may get in the way. Oh, but it has no problem getting in the way of your turn signals?
This customer just purchased this Jeep for $7,500 USD and brought it in as they were told from the previous owners that it just needed the control arm bushings replaced. Unfortunately, the technician found the rear trailing arm mounts and frame to be very rusted. This rust is a common issue and repairable, but the customer did not get the repairs done. Customer states four-wheel drive isn't working. The customer just bought this.
So that person literally just had $7,500 stolen from them because the person knew that the chassis was bad. The person knew it was bad, but they didn't tell him the full story. This is the reason why you got to double check everything from a car before you buy it, especially if it's used, and especially if it's selling for less than its actual price. No, you got duped. You got had bad.
This truck and did not realize he bought. Customer states four-wheel drive isn't working. The customer just bought this truck and did not realize he bought a truck that is only two-wheel drive. The owner of this truck just had a new engine installed, and after 2 weeks it had the turbo replaced twice. Long story short, this shop found whoever rebuilt the engine left a roll of electrical tape in the oil pan that got stuck in the oil pickup tube and would starve the turbo of oil. The technician also mentioned the engine ran fine before and after. And this vehicle was towed in as the customer said it just shut off on him while he was driving. The customer had an oil leak and tried fixing it with duct tape, but all the oil leaked out over time.
Stop using duct tape to fix things! Duct tape is for household objects and household fixes, minor fixes. Don't use it to try and make fixes for your car. You didn't understand what was being explained to him?
This customer came in as they said they had another shop work on their brakes, but they still don't work. The technician found that somebody had wrapped this leak in brake line with electrical tape. And this customer came in as her brakes don't work and the pedal goes to the floor. The technician found that this vehicle had rubber hose that was used for the brake lines, and was told by the customer that they just recently purchased the vehicle as well.
Okay, another person who's been duped.
You trying to catch me selling pancakes from under the seat, huh? Not gonna work on me.
Customer states belt doesn't.
From under the seat, huh?
Hello, CJ. I can't even say it. I can't even say it. I can't even say it. My stomach. Why? I can't look at it. I can't look at it. I have to say it though. I have to ask the question. I just noticed it. I just noticed it's in a bag. No, I have to leave. I have to leave. I can't look at it. I can't look at it. I can't look at it. I'm just now noticing the pancakes are in a Ziploc bag. Why are there pancakes under this? I'm gonna give myself a headache. We're not even 10 minutes into the emergency rations. Oh no, I can't laugh. Why? I gotta calm down. I'm feeling hot. My eyes are watering. Oh. Ooh. Why? Why are there pancakes? Why are there pancakes in the sea? Why? Why? I haven't laughed this hard. It's I can't look at the caption either. It's gonna mess me up. Oh, oh no! Why are there? Serious. Think of something sad. Think of something sad. Oh. I didn't think that the pancakes under the sea was gonna be. I didn't. No. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. I didn't think the pancakes. I didn't think the pancakes under the sea were gonna mess me up that bad. Y'all have to understand. It takes a lot. It takes a lot in something so incredibly stupid for me to just lose it. I am so sorry. Whew. I'm smiling so much I feel the muscles behind my head tightening up. Oh my goodness, I didn't think I was gonna get me that bad. Y'all can clip that if y'all want to. Oh man. Why are there pancakes under the seat? Okay? I wanted to ask that question, but just thinking about how stupid it was, that's what sent me into a laughing fit, and that's the reason why I couldn't, that's the reason why I couldn't continue. because the mere thought that someone had a Ziploc bag of pancakes just underneath their chair makes me question so much. Lord Jesus. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Got my nose all stuffy. No syrup. That must be under the passenger seat. I'm sorry. Moving on.
Not gonna work on me.
Customer states belt doesn't want to retract.
What? What? Beg pardon? Are those dog biscuits inside of the belt? Inside of the belt feeder? What? Are those dog biscuits? Is that food in there? What is food doing in there?
This customer brought in their vehicle as they have a rattling noise from the driver's door. The technician removed the store panel and found all of these sugar-coated almonds.
I don't know if I can laugh as hard as I did before. Why? Why are these specifically honey roasted almonds? Why are they in the lining of the door? Emergency rations? Those are dog biscuits!
Almonds behind the door panel. And this customer's vehicle was towed in as they said their vehicle will no longer move after they slammed it in reverse at 70 miles per hour, as they did not want to hit a deer. In doing so, the customer had ruined the front differential and transmission. This vehicle did not come in to get new ball joints installed, but now it will have them replaced.
Cleaning up the ball joint too.
Oh yeah.
No, it just fell off. Oh,
And this customer only came in to get a complimentary
correct
inspection
response.
and a new key programmed. Upon inspection, the technician found that the customer had ran over a street sign, which was still stuck underneath the car. Customer states he hears a noise after he installed new lug nuts. The technician said all 4 wheels had just one OEM lug nut, which kept the wheels from falling off.
Great job, customer.
And this customer came in as their engine is noisy. The technician found that the customer used a block of wood where their hydraulic tensioner for the timing chain should be.
So we're doing an oil change. I've seen people bring their dogs in, their cats in. This one's a first. Baby goat. Wearing a diaper.
A customer had their truck towed in as they said they have a ton of electrical issues after goats got into his truck.
2015 Duramax we got here.
How did goats get in your truck?
For some
Goats?
reason, this customer had used
Those are we gonna be having some goats for lunch and dinner. If I catch one in my car and it did that damage, we gonna be eating some goats. What? Also, why did you send your car in to get fixed and it had a live animal in the back? How do you send in a car to get fixed and it has an animal in the back? So now the technicians and the mechanics got to deal with that mess.
tan-colored plasti dip everywhere. For some reason, this customer had used tan-colored plasti dip everywhere on the interior of their brand new 2022 Ford Escape. The viewer who shared this said he's the one in charge of cleaning this and found that the customer even used plasti dip on the weather stripping. The customer also ended up trading this in for a vehicle with a tan interior. This vehicle was towed in as it won't start, which the technician found the engine to be seized. The customer mentioned to the shop that they never changed the oil since new, and the vehicle now has 78,000 miles on it. The technician said this customer's vehicle also had a full maintenance package included in their lease, and the technician included this photo, which you can still see the factory marking on the original oil filter. This customer's pickup truck was brought in as they said it has low oil pressure. This truck with a Duramax diesel engine has 22,000 miles on it and has never had the oil changed since brand new and still had the factory oil filter on the engine. The technician also mentioned it had a ton of idle hours and was denied any warranty on the engine. And this customer's vehicle was brought in as they said the engine started to knock after they accidentally put a bottle of head gasket fix in the engine instead of the radiator. The technician said they drove for long enough like this, which damaged the engine and it needed to get replaced. When this customer brought in their vehicle for a brake line corrosion recall, the technician noticed this broken brake rotor on both sides. The customer was informed but declined all repairs.
Your brake pads are broke! Oh, no! No, you can't refuse that! What do you mean? What do you mean? You can't refuse that! Your brake pads are broken! Are you crazy? Your brakes are broken! No, roll that back! No, my dad would lose it. Well, I honestly can't say my dad would lose it because my dad is a very, very calm individual. He never overreacts to anything. Like me, I'm doing it because I'm being dramatic because, you know, it adds on to the content of the stream. But at the same time, no. Why did you let your brake pads get that bad to the point where they literally rusted off of their foundation, and then instead of getting them fixed, you said, nah, I'ma do my own thing, like you living that Into the Spider-Verse life, and you leave. Those are your brake pads. Or at least used to be. You need those. That laugh wasn't dramatic. That was true and from the gut. No, see, I may be dramatic about a lot of things during live streams and whatnot, but that laugh tore me up. It messed me up completely. I don't know if I'm going to be able to laugh that hard again today. I get like one hearty laugh that lasts like several minutes, at least once a day, and I think I may have used up that one. It's on cooldown until tomorrow. It's on a 24-hour cooldown. But back to these brake pads. How and see, you gotta rub your temple. You gotta rub your temple through your glasses. All right, it's that bad where you literally just transcend the glass and just touch your temple like this because it's so ridiculous. How do you let your brake pads get this bad, and then say, nah, I don't want them fixed, and leave because you don't want to pay for it?
Broken brake rotor on both sides. The customer was informed but declined all repairs. When this customer brought in their car to get the brakes replaced, the mechanic noticed that somebody had welded a smaller brake pad onto the backing plate of the old brake pad.
What? We went from brake pads that have rusted off completely to someone welding another brake pad on top of a smaller brake pad. What is this nonsense?
And this customer's pickup was towed in as they had a catastrophic engine failure. The customer said they started to hear a knock around 1,000 miles ago, so they started to put thicker oils in the engine to try and stop the knock. The customer...
You think that putting thicker oil for your engine will be the solution to stopping the knocking? Like, I'm going to put a pillow next to my washing machine so that it can stop rattling around. That is the same logic, but it's not going to lead to, okay, the washing machine is going to be quiet now. You put thicker oil in your engine? You do realize that liquids are not going to liquids, even thick liquids are not going to stop machine pistons from going their full length. It's not like it's going to act as a cushion to keep the knocking from going around. You literally ruined your entire engine with your ignorance.
Told a technician he started with 5W40 oils in the engine to try and stop the knock. The customer told a technician he started with 5W40, then 10W40, then 15W40, and finally tried 75W90 gear oil. This customer drove to the shop with their van in this condition. Once the shop told the customer what parts that needed to be replaced, the customer declined repairs and drove away. Long story short, this customer drove to the shop with
You physically drive to the mechanic this way. Your back tire is not working. In fact, it is bent out of shape where you are constantly grinding your wheel against the street. You get told how much it costs for your wheel to be replaced, and you leave in that same state. I hope you don't have kids, because they don't want to be with you.
their van in this condition. Once the shop told the customer what parts that needed to be replaced, the customer declined repairs and drove away. Long story short, this vehicle was towed in, but the customer declined repairs to get new ball joints and a used tire installed and drove the vehicle away.
Your tire is flat. Your tire is flat and unmoving. You got it towed here for a reason. If you didn't need this stuff, you would have drove here yourself. But it got towed here. What is wrong with people? Your car is messed up. It is inoperable. It is not suited for being on the street. But because you don't want to pay for it, you'll take it and drive it on the street, which is unsafe, not only for yourself, but everyone else. So you would rather wager the life of yourself and the people on the road with you than getting your car fixed and increase the percentage of you getting home safely. That is ridiculous. I don't understand the headspace of where everyone is at when they think this. Do you got bills to pay? I can understand, but at the same time, you don't need to be putting yourself in a situation. It got towed here for a reason.
Customer states they have a small oil leak.
Kitty, you say mobile coffins? Mm-hmm. Death traps, drivable death traps. Mm-hmm. If they can afford it, get those things. It's... we're not even halfway through this!
Installed and drove the vehicle away. Customer states they have a small oil leak. The only oil leak the technician could find was from the oil filter, which had JB Weld on it to try and stop a leak. The owner of his vehicle came in as a
Forrest Gump rear windshield wiper. That's the only fine thing in this entire video. That's the only fine thing. That's the only thing that's acceptable.
Wanted to see if the shop could fix the trailing arm on their SUV, as they already tried fixing it themselves with spray foam. The shop advised the customer their vehicle was not safe to drive, as all the tires were bald and the vehicle was falling apart due to rust.
All of them. The last time we watched customer states compilations, we witnessed someone not only having a bald tire, but another person covering one side of their tire with duct tape to make up for the fact that it was so unbearably bald. And you mean to tell me this Saturn VUE, all of the tires are bald? And then the customer tried to fix this inner car problem with spray foam? Okay, spray foam is a whole problem altogether. It is not less problematic than bald tires. It's just as bad. But driving a car with all 4 tires bald, you are literally telling God, okay, I'm ready whenever you are when you go out on the road. Don't let it be raining. You ain't got no traction. Don't even let it be hot outside, because you still ain't got no traction. This person is literally 1 foot in the grave with this. And their car is just barely holding on? All 4 You know what? We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Okay, let's see. Is just basic knowledge why balding tires are dangerous. Let's look this up. Let's see. The dangers of bald tires. Leave me alone. I don't need no actual legal advice. The dangers of bald tires. Driving with bald tires can be extremely dangerous. The biggest worry is that the tire's loss of traction, especially on wet or slippery surfaces. Driving in inclement weather, such as rain or snow, can pose great risks to the motorist. While a tire in good condition will be able to grip the road better in wet conditions, a bald tire will not be able to grip the road properly in wet conditions. Difficulty stopping, hydroplaning, and complete loss of control of the vehicle are possible. However, bald tires aren't dangerous in snow and rain alone. They're dangerous on dry surfaces too, so you are not safe regardless of the weather. The NHTSA reports that balding tires are more likely to be underinflated than tires with deeper tread, and underinflation can lead to a tire blowout. Plus, tires lacking proper tread may be more prone to punctures from objects on the road, which can cause a flat tire. Loss of vehicle control, a tire blowout, or a flat tire all can contribute to accidents and injuries. Not accidents or injuries, accidents and injuries. Rollover accidents, head-on collisions, and road runoffs are just a few of the types of accidents from which motorists put themselves at risk when driving with bald tires. That is insane. All 4 of your tires are bald? Do the penny trick like Kitty does. If you can see even a smidgen of Lincoln's hair, it's time to change the tire. That is ridiculous.
And this customer came in for an oil change and new tires. The mechanic said they couldn't lift up the car on a hoist as it was too low and had this custom body kit. This vehicle was brought in for some brake work and alignment, but the shop declined to do any work on it as the camper was chained to the frame. The technician said the whole vehicle was rather sketchy, so that's why they declined to do any work on it.
The person spray painted
When this vehicle
their
came
car
in for an
on
inspection, the technician
inside.
found half of a baguette underneath the hood of
No. Before we get to the baguette, whoever owned this car thought it would be a good idea to spray paint the entire inside of the car. Not even get it professionally painted, just take a spray can and just go over the sections. No tape in order to cover up the parts you don't want painted, like a normal person would do. I'm just gonna spray in that direction and try to avoid other pieces. It'll just be custom faded with certain parts. And it doesn't even look good either. You couldn't get like a glossy finish. You had to get a matte finish. You couldn't even get a glossy finish. This is crazy.
When this vehicle came in for an inspection, the technician found half of a baguette underneath the hood of this car.
Boot washer.
This customer's car was brought in.
What?
Boot washer.
This customer's car.
How? How? How does the hose from the windshield wiper end up not only not out the front of your car, but so far into your car that it sprays directly on the brakes and accelerator? Onto your feet? I'm not even thinking about the piece of bread that's just inside of the car for some odd reason.
Was brought in.
Boot washer.
This customer's car was brought in as the check engine light was on and it runs rough. During the diagnosis, the mechanic opened the air filter box and found an air freshener right on top of the mass airflow sensor that caused their issue. This customer's vehicle was brought.
You opened up your air filter and you put an air freshener inside of your air filter rather than having the air freshener in your car, like on your dash, or maybe in a cup holder you're not using, and it dislodged because... Oh, okay. We're dealing with some dumb people.
Right on top of the mass airflow sensor that caused their issue. This customer's vehicle was brought in as they said their car has no power ever since they cleaned it the day prior. The customer mentioned he was told to put an air freshener on top of the cabin air filter, but the customer had mistaken that for the engine air filter, which caused the air freshener to get sucked into the turbo. This customer's vehicle.
What do I need to say? What do I need to say to this? What?
Whoa.
This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Look at how much cigarette ashes are in this car. It is so much. Am I looking at the ashes of Ariandel from Dark Souls 3? What am I looking at here? This is nothing but ash. And tons of cigarettes that pile onto the floor. This is nasty. I see Q-tips. I see a random light bulb. I see a cigarette lighter. And tons of runoff from cigarettes, from the tobacco, just lining the car. This person is alone. This person has to be alone because they can't have if it was a dude, there is no way he'd ever have any self-respecting lady with him that would get into a car willingly that looks like this. This dude's alone. This person is alone. This person is by themselves. They look at Valentine's Day as the bane of their existence. They don't have nobody. Lonely, they're Mr. Lonely. They have nobody for their It's literally they ain't got nobody. They ain't got nobody that they can depend on. They don't have anybody. That is ridiculous. How is your car this nasty? I hope no one needs a ride from them. I would rather walk, even if my job was miles away. If I still worked at a regular job, I would rather walk or take the bus. We're moving on from this. This is disgusting.
This customer's vehicle was brought in as a customer says they have an oil leak in the center of the car, which a technician found a jug of engine oil that was leaking onto the carpet behind the driver's seat.
Here's a... Okay, let me tell you something about my family life. I come from a family where you are expected to keep your space clean. My mother, my adoring, beautiful, wonderful mom, she is a person who keeps a clean house. She has taught us to keep the stuff that we care for clean. She gets on me sometimes because sometimes I forget to dust my bookshelves. And that is something that I'm working on because I do indeed need to dust my bookshelves. But I come from a family that emphasizes being clean. Okay? You're supposed to be clean. And that not only extends to my own personal living space, but it also extends to the rest of our house, to the bathroom, to the kitchen, to the living room, to even inside of our closets. We need to keep everything that we have clean because if we don't get instilled with this mentality while we're here, we are going to go way off the rails when we get our own places. Now, that also extends to cars. You cannot drive a car and not clean it. You cannot drive a car and just keep stuff in the back seat and never double check, never vacuum, never just tidy up. This is simple, common sense. If this is how you keep your car and you don't even go out of your way to make sure, This is, I'm taking the glasses off for a moment because I need to instruct y'all. I need to instruct y'all. Of course, I got people with common sense here in chat, so I don't need to worry about y'all. Y'all are fine. But this goes for everyone else who thinks like, it's not that bad. No. When you put a when you take a bottle out of the fridge of anything, water, juice, whatever, you also need to make sure that the bottle is completely closed when you put it back in, right? Because on the off chance, like maybe it drops, maybe you don't get like a proper grip on it and it just falls out your hands, the last thing you need is for the cap to come flying off because you didn't properly seal it, and then you're dealing with water problems all over your floor, potentially on your carpets, depending on where your fridge is, and that is not the bottle's fault, it is your fault because you didn't check. So when I see people like this and they got, there's a leak going on in my car. Did you check to see where the leak is coming from before you took it in the shop? See, this is another thing I need to bring up. Why do people not explore all of their options before they decided to take it to get a second opinion? Because if you're just taking it straight to the mechanic, and the mechanic solves it in literally 15 seconds, then that means that you didn't bother trying to figure it out yourself, and you just wanted someone else to fix the problem for you. That's a hint. That's a telltale sign of laziness that you don't even want to think for yourself of doing this. Whatever you do in life, you should exercise and explore all options before you try getting a second opinion. That goes from cleaning, car maintenance, house maintenance. Explore all your options before you get someone more qualified. This tells me that this person didn't explore all of their options. You know, if I saw something leaking in my car or in the cars that I drive, I would check and see where it is. Is there anything from that spot on the inside of the car? I would check to see if it's something I can fix first before I get someone else to fix it. Because if they fix it and it's simple and I could have did it for myself, then I'm I'm going to look dumb because they were able to do what I was too lazy to do before I brought it to them. Do people not want to figure things out for themselves anymore? Yo, Destruct, it's good to see you. What's up? What we doing today? We're reacting to people and how we're reacting to customer states compilations. This is just the best of 2023. We still got 2024 to check out too. And that video is longer than this one. And goodness.
And this customer had brought in their 2012 Mustang GT500 as they said it stalls on the highway. When it arrived, the technician found it to have no fuel, but also never had the oil changed since brand new, and it now has over 12,000 miles on the car. This car was brought in for an alignment after the customer said he installed new lower control arms. The customer had mounted the control arms to the bottom of the subframe instead of the slots in the subframe meant for the control arms. And this customer brought in their vehicle as they said their front end feels loose after they apparently had another shop install new front struts. Whoever installed them must have not seen that the strut towers were separated.
Alright, customer states crunching noise when rolling down driver's window. Let's take a look as to why. Oh! Metallic sign wedged in the regulator. What's it say? Free Asian pears. Take some or all. Yeah.
The owner of this vehicle just purchased this SUV 6 weeks ago and got it towed to this shop as it does not start. The technician said he's never seen anything like this and is unsure what caused this jello-like substance in the engine. The customer did not want it further diagnosed once the shop discovered this and had the vehicle towed away. Customer states they hear a weird noise under their car ever since they resecured the splash.
That looks like the webbing attached to Uthduna from Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm gonna be playing that later. Yeah, we were roasting, laughing, and judging. A lot of laughing, a lot of judging, and a lot of roasting.
Splash shield as it was falling off.
You know how we do
The customer
here.
had resecured the splash shield to the exhaust and front drive shaft.
Is that copper wire attaching that?
Customer states they have an oil leak after another shop installed a new engine. The technician thinks that whoever installed the engine installed one from a two-wheel drive model, which has a different size of oil pan, so the person who installed the engine smashed the oil pan to make it fit. This vehicle was brought in as the customer says they have a squeaking and creaking noise from their suspension, which the customer tried using Vaseline to get rid of the noise.
Do you know what Vaseline was made for? I'll say this as calmly as I can. Vaseline was made for the human body. It was not made for cars. It was made for the human body. It works best on the human body. Don't use Vaseline as a substitute for actual oil. This is ridiculous. This is the same lining as someone thinking that Vicks Vapor Rub would work in this regard. This is dumb. This is stupid. You, customer who has this car, are stupid. Not you in chat, you're fine. But this person is absolutely stupid. Stupid!
Technician found the noise to be caused by both upper and lower ball joints. A few days prior, this customer failed a safety inspection as they needed new brakes. The customer declined repairs and said they will do it themselves. They are now back to get their vehicle re-inspected, which the mechanic found that they never replaced the brakes and had mounted the brake calipers using wood screws. This vehicle was brought in as a customer says they
Well, that's going to be another failed inspection.
have a small coolant leak. The technician found coolant leaking from the radiator as the customer had installed the radiator upside down.
I'm mind blown.
And this customer had a tire blowout on the highway, so they installed their spare tire. When the customer had installed their spare tire, they installed it backwards, and also hit a curb on the way to the shop, which caused the spare tire to go flat. Since the spare tire was installed backwards, the customer now needs a new caliper and caliper bracket. And this customer brought in their vehicle as they have a noise while braking. The technician found out that the customer's son-in-law installed new brakes, but broke a bolt, so they used a chain to hold a brake caliper in place. This vehicle was towed in as they said it does not start after they installed this fuel vapor contraption to improve fuel mileage. The technician had to reinstall the fuel pump relay that the customer removed, and once he reinstalled it and got the vehicle started, the engine had a very bad bottom and knock. The customer ended up getting the vehicle towed away. This vehicle was brought in after the customer drove over a piece of metal on the highway. The customer, fortunately, didn't sustain any injuries as a piece of metal went through the center console and destroyed the shifter assembly.
Wow.
And the technician said this customer only came in to get a new clutch slave cylinder installed. Once the customer was told of the rust damage, they ended up not doing any of the repairs and drove their vehicle away.
Customer states that he's got no forward.
Once the customer was told of the rust damage, they ended up not doing any of the repairs and drove their vehicle away. Customer only came in to get a new clutch slave cylinder installed. Once the customer was told of the rust damage, they ended up not doing any of the repairs and drove their vehicle away.
Your car is rusted beyond repair. Your car is rusted beyond repair. There's no rubbing no oil on this and then just getting rid of it. No. Your car is rusted beyond repair, but because you don't want to pay for it, you drive away. This is not fine. This is not acceptable to drive your car away if it's in this state. If your literal chassis or parts that are holding important parts of this car together are fully rusted, you need to get off of the road. And you drove away?
Customer states that he's got no forward, only reverse. There's the shift linkage, and there's the battery tie-down strap hooked directly to it. So it goes to neutral, not drive.
Customer states she's having backup sensor issues and the left gate foot sensor is not working. The technician had to inform the customer that their vehicle did not have those features. Customer states check wireless charger does not that their vehicle did not have those features.
I got a question. Okay? I got a question. How do you not know your car doesn't have the features you bring it into the shop for? How are you under the impression that your car has sensors, but your car doesn't actually have that option? Your car doesn't actually have sensors. How? How? My backlight sensors won't work. Ma'am, you don't have that your car doesn't even have that. What? What would lead you to assume that you had sensors in the back of your car? How have you driven this long and not known that your car lacks this option? Some people are so oblivious.
Customer states check wireless charger does not work even with taking their phone case off. The technician had to inform the customer that their vehicle does not come equipped with a wireless charger. This customer has owned this vehicle since brand new.
Someone forcibly welded and this car wasn't made to have a bed frame on top. This car wasn't built for a bed frame on top. And it goes through the roof. And it's poorly welded on top. You didn't even bother painting it.
This customer has owned this vehicle since brand new and has been at the dealership a ton of times with complaints in hopes to get the manufacturer to buy back the vehicle. Now the customer is back again as they said they hear a noise while driving and filmed this to show the technician. The technician duplicated the noise that the customer is making. This customer had brought in their car as they...
Customer think he's slick. Customer think he's slick. Oh, I'm getting this weird noise out of my car. You guys need to fix it. And he's literally driving one-handed while making noise with the actual, armrests. Like, what is that called? I don't even know what that thing is called in the car. I just call it the space where you can put your extra stuff. Customer think he's slick.
Technician. The technician...
Also, you can tell it's him because he's not keeping his body still enough to keep it from... Because he's trying to do the noise. Now, here's the thing. When you're holding a camera, since we are not built to be tripods and be perfectly still, and the human body is constantly... The human body is always moving. So even if you stand perfectly still, there's still a part of you that still wants to move because, blood pumping through your body, something is going to move in order to, keep it going. So when you're holding a phone and you're trying to record and you're also trying to move at the same time, your body, like me, let's say, for example, this is a gear shift. Let's see, and I'm trying to move it forward. See, you can't keep your body perfectly still with one section because of how momentum and inertia works, because of how your arm is connected to the rest of your body. And when your arm is moving, some part of the rest of your body is going to move as well. We're not robotic, and that means that the rest of us is going to move in tandem with what is attached to us. So he gave himself away. Simply because when he's trying to do that sound and do it quickly, when you're trying to do something very, very fast, the rest of your body is going to respond in tandem. So he's recording, and as soon as he starts speeding up with the sound, he's trying to move fast, but then he starts shaking just a little bit more from his own personal POV.
Duplicated the noise. The technician duplicated the noise that the customer is making.
Because here's the thing, though. There is someone in the car with him. Because he's driving with one hand, and he's recording with the other. But there's someone in the car with him. That's the thing. See, it could easily be dismissed like, oh, he's making that sound with his hand, but then it's all like, wait, he's driving and recording at the same time, so it couldn't possibly be him, so that must mean that there's a problem with the car. But no, there is someone in the car with him making that sound.
This customer had brought in their car as they have a hard brake pedal and the check engine light is on. The technician found a pair of shoes behind the brake pedal, which he removed and affixed the customer's concern.
You cannot fool the son of a shepherd, Ed boys.
That's some Ed and Eddie type scamming. Yeah, that's exactly what Eddie would do. If we still had Ed and Eddie when they were all older, I can see Eddie doing this as a used car salesman, trying to scam Rolf. No, Eddie's trying to scam Rolf, who sells cars.
The customer's truck was brought in and fixed the customer's concern.
Also, why are there shoes behind your brake pads? Behind your brake pedals? Behind your brake pedal? Because there's no multiple brakes in a car. But why are there shoes behind that? Do people not just occasionally check throughout the car to make sure everything's on the up and up? Like you ain't got no loose change nowhere. You ain't got no food in between the seats. Do people not check? How do you not know you got shoes there? If you're if something is going on with my brakes or something's going on with my accelerator, I am going to look at them to see, that's strange. You know, a very common sense thing to do. You look at the object of your concern. You look at it. Makes sense? Am I not the only one who looks at something that's not working and that notices something's not working, and I look at the thing that's not working? I'm not like, oh, I'm just going to hit the brakes and it doesn't feel right, but I'm never going to look down at it. No. As soon as if something's going on with my brakes, and if maybe, for instance, I'm on a stretch of road where no one's in front of me and no one's beside me, I may occasionally look down to see like, wonder what's going on down there. And if I notice something, it'll probably grab my attention again, but it'll be something I solve with whether I'm at a stoplight or when I get home. But it's something that I know is there because I looked. How do you drive for so long and not notice? And you've noticed something's wrong with your brakes, but you never look at your brakes to see if there's anything down there? It doesn't feel right? What? How do people overlook these things? I don't know. These are simple things. Simple things. Just regular spatial awareness. Regular observation. How do you not notice 2 pairs of shoes underneath your brake pedal? People are dumb.
This customer's truck was brought in as he said he had a friend rebuild the rear differential on his Dodge Ram 1500, but it's still noisy. The technician said whoever rebuilt the rear differential forgot a bearing race and did not replace a damaged axle shaft on the driver's side. Customer states vehicle has a...
Stop letting your friends who say they're mechanics fix your cars unless they are certified mechanics. Stop letting your friend who gets their mechanic lessons from YouTube or TikTok tell you that they are qualified to fix your car. Stop. I need credentials. I need eyewitnesses. I need customer reviews before you can touch my car. The only person that really messes with our cars here at our house is either a certified mechanic from the dealership we got it from or my dad, because he's been fixing cars since before he joined the army, and then he continued to fix vehicles when he was in the army, and then when he retired from the army, he still continues to fix cars. This is a man whose birthday is also tomorrow, by the way. This is a man who has been fixing cars since before I was even born. And he still fixes them now. It's his profession. Like me being an entertainer is my gifting and my talent, him fixing any sort of vehicle that you set in front of him is his talent. And yet, I would trust him with literally any vehicle. People trust him with their vehicles consistently. That's a person with credit. This person fixing not only the rear axle of your car, and missing not 2 whole pieces that are important. This is not a friend. This is someone you see in the grocery store, wave at, and then leave. This is not a friend if they can't fix your car. That's not a friend. Happy early birthday to him. Yeah. Me and my dad, we celebrate birthdays within days of each other. Mine was on Sunday. His is tomorrow. So yeah, I'm happy for him. Lord's willing, I'll wake up tomorrow with him and we get to celebrate his birthday as well. My dad's amazing. My dad is amazing. If he was here right now, because he's working, but if he was here right now, I'm pretty sure he would have a lot to say about the things that people are doing to their cars as well.
The lack of power. The technician was surprised to see that the customer put their funnel and turkey baster in the air inlet tube. Another customer went to take this 2023 Subaru WRX on a test drive, but did not know how to drive a manual and shifted from 3rd gear to 1st gear at 40 miles per hour. They broke the front differential and cracked the case. Customer states after locking vehicle with key fob, the car alarm will turn on. For some reason, the customer had a balloon filled with water and tied to a string in the back seat that would set off the perimeter sensor. And this mechanic found some needles in the back seat that would set off the perimeter sensor.
How many times have I gotten up today? How many times have I gotten up out of this chair during this entire recording? My car alarm keeps going off. But you never think that maybe it's the balloon in your car that keeps moving and setting off the sensor. You also have a child, apparently, because they have a booster seat off to the side. Wouldn't you want to make sure that you don't have anything that could compromise your car due to you having a child?
And this mechanic found some needles in the headliner when this car came in to get a new windshield installed. Customer states break into a stop. This car came in.
Don't touch those needles. Why are there needles in your car? I can think of only a couple of reasons of why there are needles in someone's car. But why are there needles in your car, in front of in your windshield lining? Huh? Why are there needles in your car?
In to get a new windshield installed. Customer states break into a stop.
Yeah, that's a druggy car. Yeah, it is. One of the few things I can think of having needles in your car is because someone decided, you know what? I just want to take a break from the world and just, forget everything momentarily. It may turn into an addiction, but I need this. Why? That car's got to be used. That has got to be a used car. Ain't no way. I find out there's needles in my car, I'm not driving it anymore. If there's needles in the lining of my car, that's a car I don't want. Get rid of it. Because I'm concerned if there are needles within. The thing is, it's in the lining of the car. This is underneath the lining of the windshield. How does it even get in there? Now you got me concerned about if there's needles someplace else throughout the car. Are there needles under the seats? Are there needles in the seats? Are they underneath the floorboards? Are they in the trunk? Some folks really don't deserve children or cars either. Every child deserves a parent, but not every parent deserves a child. Customer states break. Okay, let me just see this one.
Car came in to get a new windshield installed. Customer states break into a stop at any speed. There's a thumping noise in the right front. And this customer brought in their truck as they said their engine is making.
This is the reason why I said you need to regularly check your vehicles and keep them clean. This is the reason why you need to keep them clean. So, because moments like this, people will forget that they put stuff underneath their seats and then be driving completely devoid of the thought of them putting stuff underneath their seats and be all like, what is that sound? That's weird. I don't know where that sound is coming from. Something's wrong with my car. People don't check.
And this customer brought in their truck as they said their engine is making a loud ticking noise ever since the shop repaired it a week prior. This customer brought in their vehicle.
At least it was Lysol. Apparently, it's not being used to keep the car clean because they forgot it was underneath there. Also, you never... the ticking sound is coming from your radio.
This customer brought in their vehicle as they said they recently had the rear brakes replaced at another shop, and now they're making noise.
I feel sorry for people under the power of substance abuse to an extent. Substance abuse, gambling to excess, and obesity are awful things that one does to themselves. Yeah, like people just giving way to gambling. Oh, I won once, maybe I could win again. The house always wins if you keep going that way. substance abuse. We've seen what happens to people who overdo it. They tend to only overdo it once, and they're gone. External factors don't help either. Medical conditions too. But extreme obesity is something that someone does to themselves. I can understand some people being, like a little bit on the chunky side. Maybe they have a more loving for people to enjoy. But those who do it in excess to the point where, one, you can hardly move, you need assistance moving around, that is something that you allow to happen to yourself. And then wow. That druggy car was bad. It's so bad that you need to have extra needles all throughout the car itself. That's sad. That substance abuse has such a strong grip on you. You need a fix. You need a fix every other time, and you need that needle whenever you need it, to the point where you're just stashing it throughout your car and even in the lining of your car. That's too much. That's sad.
Technician found the outer recently had the rear. This customer brought in their vehicle as they said they recently had the rear brakes replaced and another.
One such case is the recent Dank Demos situation. I have no idea who that is. I was thinking more of those with heart and kidney disease. Yeah, it actually does make it worse. If you have like heart disease or kidney disease, it does make that obesity situation even worse for you.
Shop, and now they are making noise. The technician found the they recently had the rear brakes replaced at another shop, and now they are making noise. The technician found the outer brake pad to be metal to metal, and 2 of the pads were aftermarket, and the most inner brake pad was a factory brake pad. The caliper bolts were all loose, and the passenger side brakes were still original. The technician also asked which shop did the work, but the customer wouldn't say where it was done. Customer stated the technician
it just fell apart in his hands. It just fell apart in his hands. It's not like he just set it up for it to fall. It literally fell apart in his hands while he's recording this.
The technician also asked which shop did the work, but the customer wouldn't say where it was done. Customer states they replaced the alternator 3 times, but the truck still doesn't charge. This F350 has a propane mixer as it runs on propane, which is located right above the alternator. The mechanic found the fuse to be blown for the alternator circuit, as a propane mixer would touch the positive terminal on the alternator, then ground out on the hood. The customer didn't want anything repaired besides a new fuse installed and something installed to cover the positive terminal on the alternator.
A dirty fuse block with a missing cover?
The technician found that the amplifier power cable grounded in the trunk and melted the battery. Due to no fuse installed on the power cable, the customer tried to patch the battery using a lottery ticket, but that did not fix their issue.
I'm gonna be, don't worry, I'll be calm. I'll be perfectly calm right now. And it's not working. It's not working. Why would... So, you decide to use a lottery ticket to patch up a battery that has already been melted by your amplifier batteries. Your thoughts is to take a piece of paper that is flammable, by the way, to patch up a battery hole, create a flame, to create a, what is the word? To create a fire hazard, there it is. To create a fire hazard using a lottery ticket.
Amplifier power cable grounded in the trunk and melted the battery. Due to no fuse installed on the power cable, the customer tried to patch their battery using a lottery ticket, but that did not fix their issue. Customer states check engine light is on and the transmission grinds. The customer tried to change the oil themselves but drained the transmission fluid and added more oil to the engine. The technician said this is the second time he's had to replace the transmission on this truck for this issue, as a customer made the same mistake back in April of this year. This van was towed in as a customer accidentally poured diesel exhaust fluid in the engine of their Mercedes.
Dank Demos is a 484-pound female rapper that ordered an Uber, but the driver refused because the car couldn't handle all of that weight in the condition and size of the car. Oh, it's that same lady that is it that same lady that tried to sue them because because she said that they were being rude to her and not enabling her to drive in the car? Let me be the first person to tell you. All right? Your weight does determine the viability of a car. I don't care what you see on TV. I don't care who tells you what. If you weigh more than all of the seats in my car, you're not getting in my car. If you are too big to fit in this car that I'm Ubering, I have every right to tell you no, because it's unsafe for us both. I'm not making fun of you being bigger than me twice. I'm just letting you know that it is hazardous to the health of both of us. I'm not making a joke. This is a safety concern. This is I don't want my car messed up, my transmission messed up, because you weigh heavier than my transmission. I am not poking fun. I'm just thinking about, I need this for work. If you ruin my transmission because you are weighing down the back of my car, that's a legitimate concern. And I'm not rude by saying that. The fact that she thought that she was fine suing them, how stupid can you be? You are too big for the car. You are too big for the car. Don't like it? Lose some weight. Get something done. Or get a bigger car. But don't be looking at the person who's Ubering you or you want to go into Uber with. This isn't a one-size-fits-all car, because you do not have a one-size-fit-all body. That is utterly ridiculous. I'm not being offensive by telling you you are too big for us both to be in this car and us to get to our destination in a timely fashion. You are weighing down my shocks. This is not a low-rider car. This is a Prius. Why are you trying to get into this car? That's ridiculous. Anyone... And you know what gets me is that people will highlight these stories. And some people will say like, oh, they're being ableist and they're not allowing her to drive in the car. I'm like, she's too big. We can't say that now? You're too big. You can't fit in my car. You're being rude. No, I'm being honest. I'm fine fitting in my car because I can fit. You are too big. It would not be safe for either one. It would not be safe for us. You're too big to fit in this car. How is that rude? I'm just telling you like it is. I don't care how many times you look in the mirror and say like, I'm a beautiful slim woman. That sort of delusion is crazy. I'm glad the lawsuit didn't stick. Oh, I'm happy to hear that too. Now maybe she can realize that, this lawsuit of me trying to sue this person because they wouldn't allow me to get in their car because my weight has nothing to do with it. Yes, it does. If I told you to sit in that plastic chair right now, and you sit in it like you would any other chair, and that chair does not hold you up, it's not the chair's fault that it couldn't hold you. It's offensive to call someone heavy or overweight. What are we supposed to call them? High-calorie humans? That's about the safest thing that we can call them. High-calorie humans. Big-boned. Call it like it is. People got no backbone. Oh, she got a backbone. It's just buried. Buried underneath all of those high calories. But it's our but it's all it's you suck it up and move on. See, that's the thing, Kitty. People don't want to. People would rather be justified in their anger towards something that offends them rather than them moving on like a mature adult. High calorie humans. You like that one? I'm so glad the lawsuit didn't stick. How long have we been going for? I feel like I've been going for like an hour already. We've been going for an hour, and I haven't even gotten to the 2024 ones. Oh, boy. I hope y'all ready.
Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van. The customer drove for long enough like this without realizing what he did and had the engine seize on them while they were driving on the highway. This vehicle was brought in as the customer put an unknown amount of hand sanitizer in the engine. The shop flushed the engine a couple of times and sent the customer on their way. Customer states,
"Why are you putting hand sanitizer in your engine?" Why are you putting hand sanitizer in your engine? She made a music video in which she was sitting in the back of a van. The van leaned in her direction. Huh, big shock. Big shock. Speaking of lawsuits and suing, y'all see Disney got smacked with a lawsuit over Snow White? Really? At least it's clean. I'm about to... Kitty? I'm about to say, like, no, it's not! You're messing up your engine because it's not just the alcohol and cleaning properties of hand sanitizer that's in hand sanitizer. It has, like, that viscous... mucusy sort of like gel. It's a viscous gel in there as well, which probably, more than likely, does not mix well with engines. But also, I'm curious about this whole Disney thing. Hold on. I'll check on my phone. Ooh. Hi ho, it's off to court we go. Ba 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 ba. Disney faces discrimination lawsuit over Snow White's snub of Little People actors who were replaced by cartoons in 250 million live-action remake of classic. Now, mind you, they say 215 euros, or is that pounds? Yeah. Okay, here's one. Faces fresh controversy, this time from Little People actors over use of CGI. We can all blame Peter Dinklage for that. Because he was trying to, he opened his big mouth and eliminated several different roles for Little People to star in this movie, and they were just straight up replaced by CGI. Just because Disney decided, like, oh, this big name actor is saying a whole bunch, let's just roll it back. But you now have alienated dozens upon, if not hundreds of people who could have gotten a role in this movie and replaced it with CGI monstrosities. Also, fun fact about Snow White. Kitty, you know how you put a picture saying that Snow White is currently ranked 1.9 on IMDb, which is slower than Dragon Ball Evolution. So keep that in mind, that Dragon Ball Evolution has a higher IMDb score than Snow White right now. It dropped down to 1.8, literally an hour later after you sent that photo. That's crazy. But I am not surprised that Disney is facing a lawsuit because they listened to Peter Dinklage. So ignorant. Could be worse. Somebody probably tried to replace antifreeze or something similar to that. Yet, I'm sure it's in one. I'm sure it's in one somewhere. Peter Dinklage pulled a Hideyoshi. Pretty much.
The car he just bought only drives forward in reverse and goes backwards in 4 other gears, and he can also smell burning rubber while driving. The technician found that the previous owner had installed the rear differential upside down, as you can see that the drain plug for the differential is at the top instead of the bottom, and the coil springs were rubbing against the tires, causing the burning smell. When this customer dropped off his car while the shop was closed, he accidentally locked his keys and phone in the car, so he broke his windshield to get his keys and phone.
What box not closing?
Customer states radio changes stations on its own when driving over speed bumps or when turning.
Customer states rubbing.
Why are you putting keychains? Why are you putting stop putting add-ons on your screen for your car. Stop putting add-ons on your screen for your car. It has no place. It has no place. Stop it.
A noise in steering column when turning wheels right or left. The last time this vehicle came in,
Why is there, like, what do you call that? Not a scrunchie, but like the thing that women put in their hair in order to keep their hair clamped on. Hair clamps? Hair clamps. I think it's called hair clamps. I don't know the exact name of it because I've never had a need for one. So why are you putting just random stuff all over your car? Replace their antifreeze with Fabuloso. Oh, someone's been dumb enough to do that. If people are dumb enough to put vegetable oil in their oil tank for their car, there are people dumb enough to put anything else in it as well. We literally just saw hand sanitizer. People are dumb.
Customer had a complaint that when he takes off from a stop, he hears a loud bang. The technician found that an engine mount bolt was not fully threaded in, and the other bolt hole on the engine block was broken off. The customer declined repairs and said he was just going to junk the car. A week later, the customer is back as the customer says the battery was smoking, and he cut the battery cables to stop the smoke. The technician found that somebody welded a C-clamp to the engine block, but over time the C-clamp vibrated and contacted the positive terminal on the starter, which caused all of the smoke that the customer saw. Customer states he has a fuel leak on the driver's side after he tried swerving to miss some road debris.
And this car was brought in as the customer said the new struts he installed apparently exploded. The customer had bought the wrong diameter of struts, so he ground off the bottom to try and make them fit in the spindle. But after he hit the first pothole, the bottom of the strut came apart.
Customer states they hear a weird noise from the front of their vehicle while driving. The technician found that somebody zip-tied a harmonica to the grill. And the owner of this vehicle had just installed a new battery, but it's too tall for the battery compartment. So both negative and positive battery posts were constantly in contact with the metal cover that goes on top.
Whoa!
This customer brought in their...
Someone could... No, that is dangerous. Just enough pressure and it sends shocks through it? That is a fire hazard. That is a life hazard.
Battery posts were constantly in contact with the metal cover that goes on top. In contact with the metal cover that goes on top.
It took one time they had to put gloves on.
This customer brought in their Lamborghini because their radio does not work after they apparently had their neighbor install it. The customer said he had his neighbor install it as it was a cheaper option than having a stereo shop perform the work. And this customer's Ford Raptor was brought in as they had an electrical fire, which was caused by unfused aftermarket accessories that were wired in by the customer. The customer's insurance company is paying for all the repairs. The owner of this Jeep brought it in as he said he just installed a new
Okay, so now we're seeing examples of not only negligence but ignorance towards working on one's car. One, the battery and the positives literally touching the metal that is just beneath, that is underneath the carpet where people's feet are. All it takes is for the wrong amount of pressure and just even the slightest exposure of metal to human body, and someone's getting electrocuted. That is we talked about death trap. Bit my tongue. We've talked about death traps before. That was a death trap. If the mechanic has to stop working on the car to put on rubber gloves to keep themselves from getting electrocuted, that is a hazard. That is a life hazard. But also, we get people trying to do the work themselves and they don't know what they're doing. Dude literally torched his own car because he didn't know how to properly fuse stuff together. And then another person allowed their neighbor to install a radio into their car, which isn't even in there fully because there's still wires all over the car. Stop trusting people to fix your car. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop trusting people to fix stuff in your car. I don't know why people think that their friends are qualified. I don't know why people think that their friends are justified. So stop letting people fix things in your car. I'm done. It's just wouldn't agree to work on it at all. See, you understand. You understand a hazard. It's ridiculous.
Transmission that he bought from the shop and installed it himself, but it still won't upshift. The technician used a transmission testing tool that plugs into the main harness connector on the transmission that bypasses the PCM and can be used to manually change the gears. While using this tool, the technician found the transmission to be working properly, so he ruled out that the transmission was the issue, and it's most likely something to do with the mess of wires.
I don't know if it's me, but I feel like there's way too many wires just going throughout this person's car. There's just way too many wires. I'm looking at a person's PC hookup and they don't actually change and organize the wires that is coming from their PC to their TV to their PS5. See, I run maintenance on my wires. I clean it up all the time. I got a surge protector right next to my desk. All my stuff I need for my recording is directly next to each other, but at least I keep it neat. If I need to get a vacuum underneath there with a hose, I don't need to worry about something getting sucked up by accident because everything is organized. This is a mess. You're just asking for a fire to break out.
The semi was brought in as the customer said they have multiple electrical issues that other mechanics won't look at, and an issue with the diesel exhaust filter. The shop fixed the issue with the diesel exhaust filter, but did not fix any of the electrical issues, as it was a complete mess. The mechanic said the truck even had underglow and only one set of train horns worked. This Mercedes-Benz was towed in as the customer said they apparently had another shop tear up the interior of the car to diagnose the issue why the car did not start and said it needs an ignition switch. The customer declined the technician's recommendation for further diagnosis or to get a second key to rule out any issues of the keys. The technician installed the ignition switch as per the customer's request, but it still did not start, so the customer eventually bought a second key which fixed the issue. And this customer brought in their car as they said the left front is grinding when tapping on the brakes too hard, and they can smell burning rubber. The technician found that the driver's side lower control arm was completely rusted through. He notified the customer of the repairs needed, but they declined repairs and drove away. This car was driven in.
You say, what the? Oh, don't worry. Don't think I just overlooked the fact that there was a Tasmanian devil plushie in the spot where the key ignition is supposed to go. So I got a question about that, but we're probably never going to get an answer. But people seeing that their brakes are messed up, their chassis is messed up, their foundation is messed up, it is rusted completely through, it needs to be replaced, it needs to be fixed, and people refuse this. People refuse this. Nah. People really saw Miles Morales and said, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing when it comes to their car. That's supposed to be on the road with other people. With other human lives.
as the customer wants their timing belt checked, as they have a bad shake while driving. The technician found that the customer has just been driving around on a flat tire. This customer brought in their Jeep as they said there's a thumping noise in the front end while driving. The mechanic found the front drive shaft to look bent, so he removed it and took it apart, and then he found this. The customer said they have no clue how this happened, and the mechanic said this is the first time he has ever seen a drive shaft turn into a Twizzler.
How does that even happen?
Passenger side rear window rolls down when closing the rear door. And this car was brought in as the customer says there's a clinking noise in the front. Customer states that his friend replaced a thermostat and radiator, but his car still overheats. The customer's friend made a custom gasket that covered the entire outlet passage that blocked coolant flow, which caused the overheating concern. Customer states engine is making a really bad noise. The mechanic found that the customer had just recently installed a new timing belt and installed it incorrectly around this pulley. This Tesla Model Y was brought in as the customer says it pulls to the right when not using autopilot. The mechanic found that the customer had installed a steering wheel weight to try and trick the autopilot system into functioning as though the driver's hands were on it, by mimicking the presence or weight of human hands. When this customer's car was in the shop to get some work done, the technician noticed that this car had a subframe cut to fit this custom exhaust. Customer states that the infotainment screen is cracked. It started as a small crack and continued to crack larger over time. When this vehicle was brought in for an overheating concern, the technician noticed there was a load-bearing coconut wedged between the radiator and exhaust manifold heat shield.
A coconut?!
When this vehicle came in for a recall, the technician noticed an awful mildew smell inside of this car, then found all of this water in the back seat that the customer did not know anything about. At the time, this was not know anything.
Look at the cushions of the seat. They've been in that water so long, they've permanently dyed that color. Let me see. Let's see. Okay, this is just my opinion. If your car is so damaged or needing repairs that are a safety hazard, I truly believe the shop should keep your car. You're gonna kill someone. Exactly. I feel like mechanics, if they see that your car is a hazard, if they see that your car is a hazard and it's not safe, I feel like mechanics should have the right, after checking it fully and going through the corrective channels and whatnot, they should be allowed to hold the car because it's an actual hazard on the road. Was someone testing their grip for a strongman competition or something? I don't understand why you would want to put a weight on your car to trick it into thinking that human hands were on the wheel. Unless you were doing something you weren't supposed to that will require your hands to be free from the wheel. You got a, and this person here, you got a mildew smell in your car and you don't think to check that there's just a big old pool of water just in your extra seats? Those seats have to be replaced now. They've been sitting in that water so long, they are literally saturated in whatever that is.
Smell inside of this car, then found all of this water in the back seat that the customer did not know anything about.
This is the back seat!
At the time this was filmed, this customer's car was brand new with only 75 miles on it and was bought the day prior from this dealership. But it's now back as the customer said the car does not start. The day the customer bought the car, they drove in deep water and sucked water through the intake and caused the engine to hydrolock and the water to freeze overnight in the oil pan. The customer is now paying out of pocket for a new engine. When this vehicle was in for a recall, the customer also wanted to know if the shop could do anything about the interior of the car. The shop recommended to the customer to bring her car to a detailer.
See, no, this right here, this is on the person who, either this is, their kid or someone else's kid. One, that kid getting toe up. What you mean, you drawing all over in the inside of the car? You crazy? What you mean? Why are you drawing all inside the car? You got paper for that. I catch you putting a single crayon or a marker on anything in the back of that car. We going home, you getting that tail toe up. What you doing drawing in the car? On the car. You've been told that the only places you can draw is on pieces of paper or on the driveway with some chalk. That's it. You don't draw on nothing else. You don't draw on the walls. You don't draw on the car. You don't draw nowhere else except a sheet of paper and the chalk outside on the driveway. That's it. Count the Spankulot! Naughty children will be naughty children who draw inside of their parents' cars will suffer the wrath of Count the Spankulot! The code name Kids Next Door. You have all been naughty children. This is... No, you were getting towed out the frame, and then you were getting what you value most, and I'm holding on to it until you fully realize, this is not a good thing for me to be doing. I can't have my toys anymore. Drawn in my car. What?
The customer also wanted to know if the shop could do anything about the interior of their car. The shop recommended...
This is their kid. They allowed this to happen. I'm getting up. I'm getting up. I'm getting up. This is their car. I was under the impression that maybe I wanted to give a benefit of the doubt with them saying, oh, maybe it wasn't their kid. Maybe it was someone they knew. Maybe it was their cousin. But if this is their kid, they need a whooping. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. All over the car?
Recall, the customer also wanted to know if the shop could do anything about the interior of their car. The shop...
My thing is... It takes time for this much to accumulate in the car. Why do you wait until they drew the entirety of Chalk Zone in the back seat? Why did you wait until now? If I saw a drawing, I would question, honey? Little one? Why'd you draw in the car?
Well, I wanted to draw a picture.
Well, this isn't the proper place for you to be drawing pictures now, little one. I'll get you some sheets of paper, but don't draw in the car. We need to keep it clean. If you draw in it, you make the car dirty.
Okay, Daddy.
That's all it takes. That's all it takes for you to establish that it's not okay. You allowed this child to draw all over your car. You allowed them to. You enabled them to. It's your fault. It's not the kid's fault. You let them. You let them. It's not like you couldn't see the drawings from the outside. You saw it, and you left it. It's your fault. Dumb people.
Recommended to the customer to bring her car to a detailer. The last time this car came in, the shop told the customer he needed some work done on his car and the oil topped up at the same time since it was low. The customer declined repairs and said he would add oil himself to save some money. Now the customer is back as he said the engine just started to knock yesterday.
Customer states, I was driving my bus and I went to use my intercom to talk to my kids and my bus shut off.
When this BMW was brought in for a coolant leak, the technician noticed that the check engine light was on. He found that the customer had drilled holes in the catalytic converters and resonators and tried to patch the holes afterwards.
What if I told you that on the back of this truck was a picture on the tailgate of the truck with a painted tailgate, with the truck with the painted tailgate?
If you've enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like or subscribing if you haven't already. And you can submit clips that you filmed on our website at justrolledyt.com. Thanks for watching.
All right, it's time to let's see. Look, customer declined repairs and drove away. Scariest phrase as a fellow road user. Exactly. Look, I'm glad someone is saying the same thing we've all been saying. You drive away and refuse repairs, you are threatening the lives of everyone you get onto the road with. Now let's move on to the best of 20. That was 2023. That was 2023. Let's move on to 2024. This was last year. Last year! Refresh page.
Hey guys, welcome to a new episode of Just Rolled In.
Customer states knocking noise coming from engine/dash area.
Customer states clicking noise when turning. Oh yeah, I hear Only when you like go back and forth, you know? Almost like something.
The owner of this car had a minor coolant leak and decided to add head gasket sealer to the coolant system, but instead he poured this bottle of head gasket repair in the engine. Unfortunately for the customer, the sealer worked its way into every oil galley and starved the engine of oil. Customer states there's a helicopter symbol on the dash. The technician explained to the customer that it was the check engine light, and the customer declined to get it looked at this time. This customer said he mistaken his gas.
Customer states there's a helicopter symbol on the dash. What kind of car do you think you have where there's a helicopter symbol in it? You think this is the Gadget Mobile? What do you mean? What do you mean there's a helicopter symbol in the dash? Helicopter symbol in a car does not fit. People really can't be this dumb.
States there's a helicopter symbol on the dash. The technician explained to the customer that it was the check engine light, and the customer declined to get it looked at this time. This customer said he mistaken his gas pedal for his brake pedal. Fortunately, nobody was injured and the customer's pickup truck was a write-off. And the customer's pickup truck was a write-off. And the customer's
So, here's my question. Here's my question, because it gets me every single time I see people suddenly take off in reverse when they don't mean to, or they take off forward when they don't mean to. Why isn't the first thing they do is to hit the brakes so they can stop moving? Why do they hold down the gas to keep going in that direction? We have seen so many people crash into objects, crash into other people, crash into other cars because they keep holding the gas down instead of immediately thinking, oh, I'm going in the wrong direction. Hit the brakes, hit the brakes, hit the brakes. Why do people hold down the gas? What you mean?
This customer said he mistaken his gas pedal for his brake pedal. Fortunately, nobody was injured and the customer's pickup truck was a write-off.
So I'm trying to look in the driver's seat. If this person is in the car and they said I have mistaken my gas pedal, my brake pedal for the gas pedal, why didn't you immediately hit the brake pedal when you realized you were accelerating rather than braking? See, this bothers me. This bothers me. Kitty, you know exactly what to put in front of me to make me just bothered. It's either people who can't cook or people who can't drive. Most of the time, it's someone learning how to drive manual. Do you need a manual gear shift to stop? The brakes, if you're driving manual, aren't the brakes just separate from the gear shift? So all you need to do is just hit the brakes?
For his brake pedal. Fortunately, nobody was injured and the customer's pickup truck was a write-off.
Clipper State. Driver's side, something exploded behind the dash and poured out on the floor mat. Checking the box. Well, yeah, it's all up in there.
Once the customer was notified, they said they let somebody else borrow the car and didn't notice these candles on the dash. The technician said the candles melted and the wax ran down through the defrost vents and into the heater box. The customer declined to get the wax cleaned up from behind the dashboard.
What? There's wax This bothers me. This bothers me. This bothers me.
All milk. And this car was brought in as a customer said they lost 2 mice in their car, so they set their snake loose to eat them, but now they couldn't find their snake. This is what the technician was greeted with when he opened the door. This vehicle was brought in as the owner said the brakes are...
Wanna run that one by me again?
All milk. And this car was brought in as a customer said they lost 2 mice in their car, so they set their snake loose to eat them, but now they couldn't find their snake. This is what the technician was greeted with when he opened the door.
So you have an active snake in your car that you don't know where it is. And you're leaving it to the mechanics to figure it out?
This vehicle was brought in as the owner said the brakes are smoking and they have some brake issues. The shop told him that they need to remove the wheels.
Yo, gotcha. What's going on, brother? I must speak with thee. Proceed to speak on. If we need to have like a session later on, then please let me know. But Godjill, it's good to see you. Kyushu is about to Hulk out and Puny God rivals hold someone. No, I can't because this stuff is expensive and this stuff is expensive. I ain't smashing nothing. I have an outlet for that. I'll play Space Marine 2 or I'll just kill a whole bunch of monsters in Monster Hunter World. Games will be my stress reliever. I am not going to take it out on anybody. Trust me, I'm not. I'm not. But these things, these people are dumb. They're dumb. They are dumb, 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 just dumb.
And see what's wrong, as it's not safe to drive like.
Let's see, you must play Kazan. They have stuff for you in that game. I will not tell any more. You must figure it out yourself. Really? And Kazan just came out. The first Berserker Kazan just came out, right? Okay. I'll get it eventually. Right now, I'm kind of focused on messing with Monster Hunter and also doing some other things for the channel as well. But I'll get the first Berserker Kazan. I will. Because when it comes to good video games, Godjill is a good judge of character. Can't wait to see what this year will be like. My goodness. But yeah, I'll definitely play the first Berserker Kazan because I really enjoyed the demo. If I want to be honest with you, Kazan is far more demanding for you to have perfect parries down than any other game with Souls-like attributes to them. That includes Lies of P, even Elden Ring, and even Bloodborne as well. A lot of games we play that require you to be very good with parries, I feel like for the first Berserker Kazan is far more demanding for it, but it's also very rewarding when you pull one off. But yeah, I'll definitely play the first Berserker Kazan, and I'll get it physical, because I like having games on my shelf. None of this digital nonsense. Eating wings? Oh, I'm hungry. I think family's going out to get food now, but I'm hungry.
Like this. The owner declined and said they will have it remove the wheels, and the owner said the brakes are smoking and they have some brake issues. The shop told him that they need to remove the wheels and see what's wrong, as it's not safe to drive like this. The owner declined and said they will have it towed home, but before they knew it, the owner jumped in their vehicle and drove away. And this customer had asked another shop to replace the
Kazan wants you to be more aggressive. Yeah, Bloodborne demanded the same thing. They wanted you to be more agile and more aggressive with how you attack, because that's how you get your health back. So that's actually not a bad comparison. But this customer just drove off. Their brake fluid is leaking and their brakes are smoking. And instead of getting it towed, which would probably cost them money, they just drove off immediately as soon as the mechanic's back was turned. They do not deserve a car.
As it's not safe to drive like this. The owner declined and said they will have it towed home, but before they knew it, the owner jumped in their vehicle and drove away. And this customer had asked another shop to replace the transmission on her Jeep, but halfway through the job, she decided that she wanted to sell the car instead, and didn't want to pay any more labor, and asked the shop for her vehicle back in whatever state it was in. Now she is at this dealership to try and sell the car, but was upset that this dealership offered her an offer that was lower than expected. And this mobile mechanic had a service call on this vehicle as the customer says he has some electrical issues. When the mechanic was diagnosed in the vehicle, he also noticed this custom heater made by the owner. The customer has been using this propane heater on this piece of cardboard as his heat does not work. The heater had also burnt a bit of the armrest. Customer states they have a clunk on acceleration. The mechanic found the issue to be caused by this worn out engine mount that was filled with spray foam. This mobile mechanic had a service call as the driver says their truck will not accelerate. He found the issue to be caused by this golf ball that was behind the accelerator pedal. The owner of this vehicle has never changed oil since they bought the vehicle brand new, and it now has 98,000.
God Jill knows what's up. Always traditional wings. Always traditional wings with the bone. But fire on cardboard in a car. Not only that, it is literally a heater from a stove hooked up to a propane tank in the opposite seat. That is on top of cardboard, as if the cardboard is going to protect the rest of the car from being heated up. And dude already said that the half of the armrest was already burnt from the heater! Can I do any of the Yu Yu Hakusho characters? I cannot because I haven't heard what they sound like. I'll just add them to the list for the next voiceover stream. Matter of fact, we haven't had one for this month, have we? I'll save it for April. Because we're too far into March for me to have a good one. So I'll save it for the beginning of April. Traditional bone in the best? Yes. Traditional wings with the bones in them. It means that it's actually certifiably chicken. When you get boneless, it makes you question if it is truly fully chicken. Because what is it? What are boneless wings? Is that real chicken meat? Chicken meat is still attached to the bone when you get it. Or maybe you get it in strips when you get grilled chicken. But what type of chicken are you getting if it ain't got the bone in it? You're getting processed chicken. You're getting mashed up chicken nuggets. You gotta get the bones.
Miles on it. The mechanic tried to drain the engine oil, but no oil came out, and he thinks the noise is from a spun connecting rod bearing. Customer states they have steering issues.
Yeah, boneless
the mechanic
is just
found
chicken
all
nuggets.
these Reese's Pieces candies packed in the intermediate steering shaft boot, which the mechanic said had the consistency of hard peanut butter and caused the customer's concern. Customer states rear camera image is distorted and lower half of image is cut off. The technician found that the rear camera lens was dirty, so he cleaned it off and told the customer that the lower half of the image is actually just a rear bumper. Customer states no lights on dash come up and the car runs for a couple of seconds and shuts off. The technician saw that
Boneless
the car
is just
had an
chicken nuggets.
aftermarket
We're not
radio
having this
that was
debate. Look, you're not wrong. We're not debating anything. We're not debating anything. Boneless wings are just different types of nuggets. That's it. Bone wings. Family's here. Hold on. Let me check on them real quick, see if they need help with food. Okay, so we got something new today. We're trying out some new food called Slim Chickens. It's gonna be my first time trying out this food live on stream. It's got honey mustard. New place. A new place the family wanted me to try out. First things first, let's make sure they Sprite is on point. Let's check. Before we continue with this. Let me test. Sprite is pretty good. It's pretty good. Nicely refreshing. Let's check the food. Yep, y'all all lose. Y'all tried to say Chick-fil-A. Y'all tried to say Zaxby's. Y'all tried to say Cookout. But no, we got a new place now. All right. Okay. Wait, hold on. Y'all can't see. What's slim about chicken? I don't know. I'm trying it for the first time, so we're going to see how it is.
Installed by the customer and also did not work, so he removed it and took a look. He found this and mentioned there was also many burnt and missing fuses, and the customer's issue was caused by himself.
Customer states popping noise coming from console when accelerate.
This car was pushed in as the customer says it won't start. The shop diagnosed the vehicle and found that it needed...
Ooh, these are some good strips. These are some good strips. When you get a good piece of chicken and it strips away like it has linings, as if you're getting like string cheese in certain instances, you got some good chicken. Okay. Okay. All right. Now comes the taste test. Got some honey mustard sauce. Let's see. Yeah, this chicken is real. This is some real chicken. Is it well seasoned? Yes. There is seasoning on this chicken. There is seasoning on this chicken. And it's not heavy either. It's like light, it's nicely seasoned. This is actually good. This is really good. Chushu over here being a food critic. But don't expect me to do no mukbangs because I can't stand those. I cannot stand mukbangs. This is just my lunch. What about the fries? Let's find out. Because they got some seasoning on it too. If they're properly salted, then we good. Actually, best to try fry without sauce first. They crispy? The chicken is crispy. They just came from the place, so the chicken is piping hot. The toast, piping hot as well. The fries are piping hot too. The fries are good. They're actually good. They're actually good. Listening to people smack is irritating. Oh, I'm sorry if I'm smacking. If you guys can hear that, please let me know. Because I don't like, even when I'm eating and you guys can't see me when I'm playing a game, I hate having my mic on while I'm eating because I don't want the occasional smack to happen. But this... What type of spread is that? I'm so used to eating Zaxby's buttered toast. But this? It's a different kind of spread on this. Oh, you're talking about mukbangs. Don't hear any smacking? Good, good, good. I intend to keep it that way. So we can continue with this. Gajil, you and I, we gotta hunt. We gotta hunt at some point. Because that title update for Monster Hunter, ooh, that can be something we check out. That can be something we check out. It's just you guys can check out the title update for Monster Hunter so you can understand why me and Gajil are excited for it. We'll check it out after this. Or we can go to about halfway for this video, and then we can check out... Actually, you know what? No. Let's do this now. Let's actually check out the video now. Okay, so here is the showcase for Monster Hunter Wilds.
Hello everyone, I'm Ryozo Tsujimoto, producer of Monster Hunter Wilds. It's been a month since release, and I'm glad to see so many people enjoying our game. Thank you all so much for your support. Today, I would like to share details about our first free title update for the game. We prepared a video highlighting what's in store, so please enjoy.
I haven't fought this particular monster since Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. First update drops April 4th.
Mizutsune will be making its way to the wilds for the first title update. At Hunter rank 21 or above, talk to Kanya in the Scarlet Forest to unlock the mission to hunt Mizutsune.
Like, look at the fit.
Arch-tempered Grey Dow will debut in an event quest. Arch-tempered monsters are stronger
This is the
than
one that
tempered ones.
Godjill's waiting on.
New armor will accompany this new enemy with the Ray Dow Gamma
Dude,
and Feline.
you know what I just realized? The color scheme for Ray Dow is Kaido. I just realized the color scheme for Ray Dow's arc-tempered armor is the same color as Kaido.
Ray Dow Gamma sets becoming available to forge. Hunters ranked 50 and above will be able to challenge this fearsome foe when the event quest goes live. So please give it a shot. Hunters experienced the power of Zoshia just once in the game's story. Now get the chance to fight this fearsome monster again. The Zoshia quest will be accessible after completing a mission that unlocks at Hunter rank 50 and can be selected in the environment overview.
See, this is the fight I'm looking forward to getting at.
Wyvern's Awakening in the ruins of Wyveria and can be made into a quest.
Look at the armor for Zoshia. Remember, Zoshia was meant to be the final line of defense for the Wyverians in the story, until it essentially brought about the end of their entire civilization. This is supposed to be the last and final and ultimate guardian of the Wyverians. And now we finally get to fight it again and get its armor? Look at the armor. Okay, so for the female set, and I'm going to refer to it as a male and female set. The female set, it is literally a gown that is white at top, but then you get the black abyss at the bottom. And then for the male, it is black abyss at the top, and then it turns into the white, serene, streamlined look at the bottom. But at the top part, it looks like dude has a whole demon skull on top. So if you thought me investing a whole bunch of time into getting Arkveld armor, and you thought that was the ultimate, this is supposed to be a creature stronger than Arkveld to be the ultimate creature. An ultimate artificial creature that some people have put 2 and 2 together, that there are parts and attacks from Fatalis within this creature. Because people have learned how to zoom in very close to this monster. They've learned how to zoom in, and they zoomed into the eyes of Zoshia, and they noticed that the eyes of Zoshia is the same as Fatalis. And Fatalis is this legendary elder dragon that is basically the closest to a classic dragon you can get from Monster Hunter, and it is one of the most powerful monsters that exists across all of Monster Hunter. So some people are theorizing that there are some parts of Fatalis that are in Zoshia that it's emulating that allows it to do all of those busted attacks when I was fighting it the first time. But this is the armor of Zoshia. Look at it.
Materials from Zoshia to forge Hunter.
And the weapons, part light, part darkness. Oh, I can't wait to get it.
And Palico equipment.
Look at the dual daggers. One is just perfectly white and wrapped together like the dragon torch, and the other one is just the dark, deep abyss for the inner parts of Zoshia underneath its coating. And even the Palico gets armor. It makes the Palico looks like an angel with a full-on dress, but then when it uses its weapon, it becomes like this dark being in it as well. Like, oh, I can't. And this is next week. This is next week. We get not only the Nintendo Direct for the Switch 2 next week, but we also get the newest title update for Monster Hunter 2.
The Grand Hub is a gathering place packed with even more things for hunters to do. Have fun interacting with each other in new ways. roll barrel bombs into targets in the new minigame, Barrel Bowling. Play to earn useful items and pendants for your hunts. Barrel bowling vouchers can be obtained in many ways, such as via login bonuses. The Grand Hub has long served as a place of worship to the people of Suja. At night, you may find the Diva singing an offering. You can focus in on the Diva while she's performing, so be sure to give her a listen when you get the chance. The squad information counter will move from the Windward Plains to the Grand Hub once travel to the location becomes available, allowing you to conveniently manage your squad. Unlock the Grand Hub at Hunter rank 16 and above by talking to Tetsuzan in Suja, the Peaks of Accord.
That explains why we have Big Dude there. He's the one that introduces us to the Gathering Hub.
Compete with hunters across the world for the fastest completion times in the newly added Arena Quests. View world rankings on the Expedition Record Board at the entrance to the Grand Hub. Challenge quests and free challenge quests will also be available as limited time event quests. Fight to shave down your time and earn the highest rank possible. Pendants can be obtained as participation rewards for challenge quests and free challenge quests. In addition, you can earn even more special pendants depending on your personal time and world ranking. Arena Quest limited bounties will be available and posted on the Expedition Record Board. Arena quests and challenge quests must be fought with predetermined equipment and are for up to 2 players. Free challenge quests are also being introduced in Wilds. These quests have no equipment limits and are for up to 4 players. For any of these quests, you can bring support hunters to fill any available player space. Take on Arena quests from the Arena Quest counter in the Grand Hub. Gear up and prepare to prove your hunting prowess. Change Alma's outfit from the appearance menu at camps. An outfit for Alma will be available for free, so give this new feature a try.
Always gotta have Alma looking nice.
In addition, after completing a certain side mission, Alma's glasses will also be changeable. Free content is coming for all players. In addition to the previously mentioned outfit for Alma, classic gestures from the series are making their return. These offerings will be available in the store for free. Cosmetic DLC Pack 1 will be launching alongside this update. Premium Deluxe Edition and Cosmetic DLC pass holders can download this content immediately upon release. In addition, new camp gear options are being added.
Me and Nagajo, we already said, because I already talked to him about this. This is Title 1.
Even more content not included in packs will also be available. Customize your Wilds experience to craft
You can
your
also
own
make
personal
Alma look
hunting
like the
adventure.
handler from Monster Hunter World.
Visit the official website for more details. event quests are also planned to continue coming to the game. Earn special armor, quickly raise your hunter rank, and collect ingredients for cooking on the barbecue grill in a variety of upcoming quests. Each season, celebrations are held at the Grand Hub. First is the celebration of spring coming April 23rd, the Festival of Accord Blossom Dance. During seasonal events, the appearance of the Grand Hub and available meals will change, and you can obtain limited equipment, gestures, pop-up camp decorations, and more. In addition to seasonal event quests, most previously available event quests will also make a return. Come join the celebrations at the Grand Hub.
Allow me to go over the schedule of the upcoming content. The first free title update for one.
Yep, title update drops Thursday PDT, Friday April 4th BST, and that's version 1.01. Then on April 22nd to May 6th will be the Festival of Accordance Blossom Dance. Then Tuesday on April 29th through the May 20th will be Arc Tempered Ray Dow. And then at the end of May will be update 1.011, which will do a Capcom collaboration and other additional features. Now it's making me think, okay, so we've had a Street Fighter collaboration. We've had a Devil May Cry collaboration. So now I'm wondering, are we going to have, what other things from Capcom could we possibly get? Could we possibly get with that will collab with Monster Hunter Wilds? I'm just thinking.
Wilds will be released on the date you see on your screens. Hunters will be able to encounter Mizutsune, travel to the Grand Hub, and take on challenging arena quests. The Festival of Accord, Blossom Dance, will be held in celebration of spring. Arch-tempered Ray Dow will debut in an event quest. In a later update, there will be a collaboration with another Capcom title. We also plan to add a list showing the endemic life you've captured, and we'll share more information on this later. Thank you for tuning in to today's announcement. For more information about the first title update, please check our official website and social media. Also, I'm happy to announce that we're planning a second title update for Wilds for summer. Please look forward to hearing more details about it from us in the future. Thank you for playing Monster Hunter Wilds, and I hope you continue to enjoy the game. Now let's wrap this up as we always do. Happy hunting!
So, I am definitely looking forward for more Monster Hunter Wilds, because the game is good. It's very, very good. Very good. I love it. I love playing it. But, man, that's just some peek that I wanted to show all of you, because I will be covering more and more Monster Hunter stuff as the game goes on. I will be covering it. But, back to Customer States Compilation.
Needed a new fuel pump. The customer declined repairs and won't start. The shop diagnosed the vehicle and found that it needed a new fuel pump. The customer declined repairs and had his friends push it away. And this Jeep was driven to the tire shop like this. The customer said she apparently didn't know her tire was flat until she got flagged down by another driver. The mechanic said there was also a ton of other issues with this vehicle that the customer didn't want repaired.
I didn't realize that what in all the Alabama Betty Crocker methamphetamine government cheese and rice. Holy.
This customer's vehicle was just brought in to get a new exhaust installed, and the whole shop was pretty surprised on the modifications of this truck. This vehicle was towed in as a customer zip-tied a t-shirt to a leak in power steering line, but the t-shirt got caught on a camshaft timing belt gear as there's no timing belt cover on the engine. The valve cover was removed to remove the t-shirt, and the engine now starts and runs. And this car was brought in for a brake-related issue. The mechanic isn't sure how long the customer had this custom wood brake pad installed for, but doesn't think it would work too well. And this car was brought in as a customer says they have a rattling noise in the rear of their SUV. And this vehicle was towed in as a customer said his car randomly.
God, you say, bro, that better not be the Wyvern we talked about before. If you're talking about the one with the jet engines, no, that's not it. If you're talking about, what is it? Stalrax? I think it's called Stalrax. Yes, that's not it. That particular monster at the end that they're teasing is Lagiacrus. Why is there wood in the brakes?
But doesn't think it would work too well. Customer had this custom wood brake pad installed for.
What do you mean custom wood? Wood is not supposed to be going into your car to be a brake pad in the first place. What makes it custom?
But doesn't think it would work too well. And this car was brought in as a customer says they have a rattling noise in the rear of their SUV. And this
you got a
was
rattling
towed in
noise?
as a customer said his car randomly shut off. The mechanic later got the full story from the customer. His ex-girlfriend had put Skittles in his engine, which he didn't bother on removing and drove his car until it shut off.
What y'all know about the Chevy Malibu Sport S with a spoiler and a tiny spoiler on top? But that's not it. Exhaust pipes, but no exhaust pipe. Those are the pipes. And it gets even better. It's a Sport. Dale Earnhardt drives it. It's an ST, so this is a Ford now with a turbo Sport, and he's a Samurai. But it's also a turboed 5.0.
And this vehicle was brought in as a customer says they still have a rattle from the rear even after their friend tried to fix it. The mechanic found that somebody thought the rattle was from the exhaust and heat shields, so they used spray foam, a brick, some shop towels, and microfiber towels to try and stop the exhaust from rattling, but all along the noise was from the broken rear shocks.
This is a 2023 Lexus RX with about 2,000 miles on it. They thought they were stuck, so they had their window cut out by the fire department. Stores have electronic latches. There's a manual release in case you ever did get stuck on the inside and the outside.
This car was brought in for its yearly inspection after the customer said he had another shop fix some rust damage on his car. The mechanic is not sure who did this, but found that they tried to cover some rust on this car using spray foam, cardboard, and fiberglass. The vehicle failed the inspection. This truck was brought in as a customer tried to wire a power bar in his vehicle, but it caught on fire. The person who shared this clip said this customer's truck had a wheel bearing fill on them, which got the gear oil in the hub so hot and caused this to happen. He also mentioned these are an older style of wheel hub that requires gear oil and most likely was not checked by the driver in a while.
Customer states, please check my tire pressures. That left front is triple the recommended tire pressure.
Customer states, beeping in interior.
There it is. No power, replace the battery. Left the cap on the native terminal.
Customer states clicking noise after it was just fixed at this shop. The mechanic removed the wheel and found a crab stuck between the wheel and brake caliper.
So I can't be bothered to fix the emissions properly. So what we'll do is, oh look, we'll put a bit of tape under the throttle pedal so you can't push it down very far. Naughty boy.
Customer states they have a clunky noise going into gear and a horrible vibration at 55 miles per hour. The shop found out that the customer had just purchased his vehicle and it had bigger issues, as the previous owner tried to patch the frame with spray foam and some duct tape.
When this car was
Spray
brought in
foam
for
and
fuel
duct
pump recall,
tape!
the technician had to remove the rear seats to access the fuel pump. He said he had to wear a mask as there was mold growing behind the seats and some sort of mysterious liquid sloshing around.
No, burn the car. Burn it.
Customer
Burn
states
the whole
check engine
thing.
light and airbag light is on. The technician found this coffee mug underneath the driver's seat that caused the short as a non-coated rim of the mug rubbed through these two wires. Long story short, the owner of this Corvette added too much oil to his engine, as he was not aware the oil level had to be checked while the engine was running. There was expected a total of 16 quarts of oil in the engine, which the customer declined to have it drained and filled with the appropriate amount, then drove the vehicle away and said he'll just have the car repossessed.
Customer states bad sound quality.
So you're gonna drive down the road, smoke screening everyone on the road, instead of just having it drain out so you can drive normal? Is you crazy?
Quality, as if the radio reception was bad. So let's check it out. Oh, that sounds bad. Fixed it.
Customer states that after a gunshot in the center console, multiple items do not work. The technician was told by the customer that she was messing around in the car with her gun, then accidentally pressed the trigger and managed to shoot this wiring harness. And this BMW with this custom wide body kit was towed in as the customer says the car won't move. The technician said the customer just installed all of these wheel spacers, and when you turn the steering wheel more than half a turn, the front tires hit the wide body kit and prevent the car from moving. This customer's car was brought in as they said they had a water leak, and every light appeared on the instrument cluster. The shop declined to work on this car due to the mold, but suspect that the water leak was from the sunroof drains being clogged. When this truck was brought in for some service work, the technician couldn't help but notice that the customer had half a forest and rocks in his vehicle and on the dash.
Completely covered. There's no way your windshield's defrosting with all this shit on.
This customer had just brought in their car for an oil change. The technician who shared in his vehicle for some service work, the technician couldn't help but notice that the customer
Ain't no way. There is no way. How? Why are there branches and leaves all up in your car? What is this?
customer had half a forest and rocks in his vehicle and on the dash.
Completely covered. There's no way your windshield's defrosting with all this shit on.
This customer had just brought in their car for an oil change. The technician who shared this clip said the customer had just bought this car and didn't know how much of a death trap this car really was. The customer didn't fully grasp on how terrible the state of this car was and wanted to drive it away. He also mentioned there are really strict rules where he lives, and the police was involved as the customer wanted to continue driving their vehicle. The car was later towed away and sent to a scrapyard. This pickup truck was just at this shop for some unrelated work, and is now back as the customer is trying to blame them for damaging the suspension on his vehicle. The shop said to the customer that their vehicle was already in this condition before they brought it in, and mentioned that it arrived with no hood on, the power steering did not work, and the steering wheel was very loose.
2010 Mini with 96799. 2016 Mini with 96799. What are the chances?
And this customer's SUV was towed in as they said they had a fire under the hood. The customer ran their engine low on oil and drove for long enough like this that multiple connected rods busted through the engine block, but the engine still ran and melted a fuel line in the process. The customer also said to the shop that they didn't hear any strange noises prior to this incident. Customer states he charged his vehicle to 100%, then a message came up on the dash stating power reduced, and the AC and heat does not work, and the battery only charges to 30%. The technician said most of the customer's concern were caused by the inverter that the customer wired in on his electric car for his portable heater. When this vehicle was in for an oil change, the mechanics were checking the tire pressures on this customer's car, and found that this rubber band of a tire had 137 psi in it.
It won't even seat on me because it got so much pressure.
I'm gonna back away.
Customer states the front end feels loose and makes some weird noises. The technician found that the customer had tied some rags around the worn out ball joints and some other issues. The customer declined repairs. This truck was brought in
Get them off the road. Why are they declining repairs? You're having your car held together by shirts and rags. You decline repairs? Really? People are crazy.
For a list of issues, but one of the issues was that there was a weird smell when the windshield defroster is on.
This motorcycle was brought in as the customer said it wouldn't start after he tried fixing an oil leak himself. The customer did not know the oil pan bolts had to be retorqued every 10,000 miles. So when it started to leak, he decided to use Honda Bond to try and stop the leak. The silicone managed to make its way into the oil galleys and cause the engine to seize.
This 1959 Jeep CJ2 was brought in as the owner did some engine work and now has a valve train noise. The customer did not have all the correct rocker arms and decided to use a different rocker arm that was modified by himself using a grinder and 3 washers as spacers, which caused the rocker arm to contact the spring retainer.
Yeah, that's good quality, right?
And this 2017 Ford Mustang GT350 was towed in as the customer had apparently dumped a clutch, which resulted in the clutch exploding and breaking the transmission, damaging the exhaust, wiring harness, and some other parts. Customer states driver's side fog light does not work.
This was actually really good. Slim Chickens. That was actually really good. Kitty, you missed it. Kitty, you missed it. You stepped away to get some Wendy's. Someone had an entire forest inside of their car. Another is just another had so much mold in their car that the dealership refused to work on it. This is so stupid. People are dumb.
The technician had to explain to the customer that their vehicle was not equipped with fog lights. This shop did not get a full story from the customer, but this car was towed in as apparently another shop just did some work on the car and damaged the oil pan, and now their engine has a bad knock. Whoever did the work had used what looked like slow cooker plastic liners instead of an oil pan. And this vehicle was towed in.
Slow cooker plastic liners? For cooking? Instead of an actual oil pan? This is evil. Why are people getting on the road? Why are people getting on the road?
And as a customer says they have no throttle response. The customer said they apparently had another shop repair a damaged engine air intake hose. The shop found that somebody had just put this can in the tube to prevent it from collapsing and taped the hose together, but the can got sucked into the throttle body and
Spiked strawberry burst. What is this? This is just like a regular this might be like a hard drink, like a hard liquor. Spiked strawberry burst. Hold on. Steel Reserve. Steel Reserve. Yep. It's a malt. It's a malt beverage. Yep, spiked strawberry burst. It's just a drink. It's just a hard liquor. It's kind of like Mike's Hard Lemonade. I figured as much. I've seen that commercial so many times. I myself never drink, so I'm just going off of what I can piece together.
Cause their concern. This vehicle was brought in as a customer says they can smell gas. The technician found this leaking jerry can to be the issue. And this car was brought in as a customer says it goes into eco mode anytime he drives over a speed bump. The customer's phone mount was the issue. This snowblower was brought in as it does not start after the customer installed a new spark plug. The customer had installed the incorrect spark plug and managed to damage the spark plug hole and cracked the cylinder head in the process, and declined to have it fixed. The customer is now back as he did not believe the mechanic and bought a second snowblower and tried the same thing and damaged another engine.
This customer's car was brought in for its yearly inspection, and the customer mentioned that he's a
This person could have saved so much money just having them fix it rather than buying a brand new snowblower. Could have saved so much money just letting them fix it. But no, you thought they were wrong. You know, the people you came to first beforehand because you know they're professionals at their job. You say, no, I know better. I'm leaving. Don't fix it. Yo, I wish I was never tall. Hello, how are you? The only thing that goes through my head is how companies manage to design things in a way that is this possible. But here's the thing, though. It's not really a matter of like companies designing things this way. It's just that people who try to fix it themselves and are not experts at it. So it's not the companies, it's the people driving these things. Also, I hope your day has been well.
welder and fixed some issues on the car himself, so it should pass without any issues. The mechanic found that this rear axle was very poorly welded. The customer then said he had somebody else weld the axle and his car failed the inspection.
Customer states the rear lights don't work and the service park sensor system appears on the instrument cluster. The customer had recently modified his exhaust and cut it off at the end, which pointed the exhaust towards the wires for the park sensors and lights, which caused some wires to melt over time. Customer states they were in Yellowstone and the left rear brakes were sparking, so the customer removed everything except the brake caliper and one brake pad to build temporary pressure in the brake system. The mechanic was pretty surprised to see what the customer did to drive home like this for 11 hours.
That's pieces of wood!
And this customer said their vehicle got stuck, so they
Those
attempted to use a rear tow hook attachment, but the female end is ripped, and that the rear interior tie-down loop was pulled out of place as a customer tried to use it to pull the vehicle out. The technician found the rear tow hook to have no issues, and that the customer pulled out this cargo net hook trying to pull the vehicle out of a ditch.
Customer states, shakes over 100. Don't laugh, it's paid for. He thinks he needs a bearing. I think he's got other problems.
Is that a 2x4?
Customer states vehicle will start,
holding
but the idle
his
is
front
very
axle
erratic,
together.
And they can't get the car out of park, and it was towed in. The technician found that the customer had the floor mat on top of the accelerator pedal. When this vehicle was in for a service, the technician noticed that this customer had all of this underneath the hood of their SUV. The customer said to leave it there as he set up for an emergency. This Tesla was brought in as the customer tried to install a new steering wheel, but now has multiple alerts and the steering wheel controls don't work. It was found that the customer cross-threaded the bolts on the steering column and broke the clock spring assembly in the process.
This Mercedes-Benz GLE 53 came in as the customer said the windshield washer was emptying very quickly. The technician found a pinhole in a washer fluid line which caused water fluid to spray all over these fuses, wiring, and relays.
All that water on all that electrical.
Said he apparently just had another shop install new front struts and was told that the front end should settle after a few miles, but it's been a couple of weeks and it hasn't changed. The technician thinks that whoever installed the struts installed one from a different model of Cadillac. This car was just brought in for an inspection and failed as it has a ton of issues. The mechanic said more than half of the car seemed to be made out of spray foam. Even though the vehicle failed the inspection, the customer drove away and continues to drive the car.
Dude, really try covering it in spray foam, just so it can pass inspection.
This vehicle came in with a control arm held in with a trailer hitch pin. The customer's car also had a bad misfire, but he didn't want it diagnosed before going on a 300-mile trip.
And this SUV was brought in as a customer says it smells like soap inside the car. The customer had just put this bar of soap on the cowl to try and prevent any rodents from chewing wires. When this car was brought in for a brake issue, the mechanic also noticed that the car really needed new front and rear struts. The customer declined repairs and bounced away. This car was brought in as the owner said they have an engine misfire and tried fixing it themselves. The mechanic found out from the owner that they lost the bolts to hold down the ignition coils and used this piece of wood and metal bracket to hold them down in place. This car was towed in as a customer said the tires just randomly popped. The mechanic is not sure what the customer did, but they found all 4 wheels to be bent and some undercarriage damage.
Ain't no way it just popped. Ain't no way. There's no way. There's no way. There is no way. There is no way the wheels just popped. You out there driving, doing something you ain't got no business, and you popped all your tires? You messed up all of your bearings? You messed up your whole car? No, you doing something you ain't got no business. Stop lying. Oh, it just happened. And things don't just happen when it's your car. It is always a reason.
A customer just bought this vehicle and brought it in for an alignment. The mechanic found that the power steering rack mounts were rusted off the cross member and held together with some chain and spray foam. He also found the frame and body to be fallen apart due to rust, so he declined to do any work on it. And this vehicle was brought in as a customer said they fell asleep behind the wheel and they think they have an exhaust leak. The shop did not find any exhaust leaks, but did say there was a strong smell of gasoline in the car.
Why is there so much gasoline in the back, in the trunk?
This mechanic was pretty surprised to find all of these cigarettes when he was looking for the wheel lock key that he couldn't find. Customer states they apparently had a new fuel tank installed at another shop, but it stopped working after a few months. Whoever installed this fuel tank installed the incorrect one and smashed in both sides to make it fit. And this vehicle was brought in as the customer says the vehicle overheats 2 notches above halfway. The technician found that the vehicle doesn't overheat and the customer confused the temperature gauge with the fuel level gauge.
Now I reckon this might be the worst customer states I ever seen in my life. Coming up at spot number 1, we got a clear cut break. Ain't nothing too serious, you know, we can get that done, we can handle that. No problem. As we come further down this framular device here, we got ourselves another break here. And then what in the sweet mother of Mary is this? Oh my God, Lord help us.
When this vehicle was in for an inspection, the technician found there to be nothing left of the engine air filter. The customer declined to get it replaced as he said he used a window screen to filter out any dirt or debris. And this vehicle was towed in as a customer said the vehicle is unable to shift into any gear and that park will not hold the vehicle from rolling. The issue was caused by the customer having the transfer case in neutral. And this BMW was towed in as a customer said it just shut off on him. The shop found the engine to be seized as the customer has never changed the oil since they bought the vehicle brand new and it almost has 40,000 miles on it.
And when this car was brought in for an unrelated issue, the technician noticed that the frame was filled with spray foam.
Oh, there's my 10 mil. Finally. I found it. Oh, man. That was a good search.
This vehicle was brought in as the owner has a grinding noise on this vehicle they just recently purchased from a dealership. The shop found that the rusted rear axle was filled with spray foam, a worn out wheel bearing, and a whole lot of other issues that the customer...
Why do people keep using spray foam in cars? No, spray foam. Just real quick. Using spray foam in a car, and this is just the AI overview, we can check for something else. Using spray foam in a car, especially for insulation or soundproofing, can be problematic due to potential moisture retention and heat resistance issues, and there are better, more appropriate materials available. Here's a more detailed explanation. Why it's not recommended! Moisture issues. Spray foam can trap moisture, leading to rust and corrosion. So when people spray foam on already rusted parts of a car, it is going to lead to even more rust. Especially in areas like door cavities or under panels. Heat resistance. Some spray foams, like those designed for general home insulation, may not be suitable for the high temperatures and vibrations inside a car. Soundproofing. While spray foam might seem like a good soundproofing solution, it's not specifically designed for this purpose, and there are better products available. Panel damage. The expansion of spray foam can put stress on metal panels, potentially leading to warping or cracking. And fire hazard. Some spray foams can be flammable, and if they come into contact with heat or electrical components, they could pose a fire hazard. You know what I see here? I see sound deadening mats. I see automotive insulation and foam for specific applications. You know what I don't see here? Foams that is used to solidify and hold on to a full-on metal chassis of a car. I don't see that whatsoever. I don't see that at all. Specific purposes like preventing panel movement or providing reinforcement, but they are not the same as general spray foam. This is ridiculous. Why do people keep using spray foam all over their car?
Or was not aware of, as they never got.
We drive with these people. We do. We do. We drive with these people. This is ridiculous.
The vehicle inspected before their purchase. And this car was brought in as the customer says the driver's side rear fender liner is falling off, and the horn does not work. The technician also found that the customer was driving on a flat tire, which they did not mention anything about. The mechanic found that the customer was driving on a flat tire, which they did not mention.
Look at the tire. 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 There are multiple holes in this thing.
Anything about. The mechanic who shared this photo was pretty surprised to see some barbed wire around the oil filter and transmission filter on his customer's pickup truck. When this vehicle was in for a list of issues, the customer also wanted the passenger side headrest to be pushed down all the way.
Headrest goes down.
Customer states his car stalls under heavy throttle. The technician found the issue to be caused by this custom cardboard air filter that the customer made.
Is that... Is that a Domino's pizza box? Used to be a custom filter with holes poked into it? If I showed this to my dad. If I showed this to my dad, he'd be so disappointed in every single one of these people.
When this car was in for an oil change, the technician found a washer fluid reservoir to be full of vegetable oil. The customer did not.
No, stop putting vegetable oil in your car!
Not get it cleaned out, as he said he would try to do it himself with a turkey baster.
Can't make this up, guys.
Do you know, and this is a question for everyone in chat. I need everyone to participate with this. Does everyone know what vegetable oil is for? I need an answer from everyone because I'm trying to test something. I need to know. Does everyone know what vegetable oil is for? Cooking. Okay, we got one person saying cooking. Okay, that's a good one. That's a very good one. Do I have anything else? For food and cooking mainly. Okay. Okay, so since CJ and Kitty are our residential cooks here in this community, Kitty being a master chef along with CJ being a master chef as well, very good at making different types of foods. These are people who are accustomed to the very concept of vegetable oil. Do you know what I never hear from either one of them when they're talking about vegetable oil or anything that requires cooking? And do you know what I never hear from them ever as people who use vegetable oil with their food, depending on the dish? I never hear them say, this vegetable oil works well in my car. I've never heard them say that. You want to know why? Because one, CJ and Kitty are smart people. Two, they are smart enough to know that vegetable oil doesn't go in a car, which is why that world of food and car is separated. And vegetable oil doesn't lie in the middle. It goes to the side of food. It doesn't go over to the car. Just because it says oil does not mean it's the same as engine oil. The fact that we keep seeing people do this with different year compilations. The first compilation we watched was like year what, 2022, 2021? The fact that this is from last year, meaning that someone is still dumb enough to put vegetable oil in their car from last year, they are still driving out there in the world somewhere today with that brain that tells them vegetable oil can go in the same space as car oil. This is upsetting. How do you even live? How do you tie your shoes?
State truck, Delnor Wiggins State Park, under warranty, active grill shutter stuck open. Harmonica number 1.
Customer states water's leaking inside the vehicle on the rear carpet, and when Macon turns, they hear water moving around. The technician found both issues to be caused by these bottles of washer fluid. Customer states their blower motor doesn't feel like it's working and makes a loud noise. The mechanic found there to be spray foam inside the compartment for the blower motor, which the customer said he has no clue how it got there. And this car was brought in as a customer said they can't fill up one of their tires with air. The mechanic found that the hubcap was slightly in the way of the valve stem, so he moved the hubcap and now he can fill up the tire with air. This car was brought in as a customer said they couldn't go into 2nd, 4th, and 6th gear. The customer had just filled up their washer fluid and left the bottle in the engine bay, which caused this issue. The last time this vehicle came in for an inspection, it failed as the frame was rusted through. The car is now back as a customer said he apparently had it professionally welded, but the mechanic said it had failed the inspection once again. When this customer's Jeep was in for an oil change, the mechanic noticed that the customer had the wiring harness for these lights, zip tied to the front drive shaft and some steering components.
This 2007 Toyota Prius was brought in for dying on the highway. While inspecting the fuel pump assembly, the technician found a slice of pizza on top of the tank.
Piece of pizza on the gas tank. Weird place to keep it, I guess.
Why is there food just laying in the inner workings of your car? Why is there food there? Why is there food?
This Corvette was brought...
Wait. Toyota? Honda?
This Corvette was brought in as the customer says they have a hard time opening the frunk and it won't stay up. The technician found the issue to be caused by this mirror that the customer installed underneath the frunk lid. And this vehicle was brought in as the owner said the car is hard to take out of gear. The technician found that the customer was in an accident and broke the radiator support bracket and has been driving around with the radiator and condenser dragging on the ground. The radiator hose was in the way of the shift arm bracket, causing the customer's concern. No repairs were performed and the customer drove away. This truck was brought.
You were in an accident and you broke parts of your car. And you refused to repair it, and you drove back on the road with your radiator still broke? I'm so flabbergasted, I changed my pants. I'm so flabbergasted, I have changed my pants. Do you realize how dumbfounded you have to make me for me to just change my pants?
Brought in as the owner wanted a new trailer hitch installed, as he said he lost his trailer the other day while driving to the landfill. This car was brought in as a customer said she shot the center console on her car. She also wanted the shop to.
Why are people shooting inside of their cars? This is the third time we've seen someone puncture their car because they decided to fire off a round inside. Why are people firing guns inside of their car?
Trailer hitch installed, as he said he lost his trailer the other day while driving to the landfill. This car was brought in as a customer said she shot the center console on her car. She also wanted the shop to see if her aftermarket warranty would cover the damages, but the shop declined to make that call.
This customer came in wanting to do only the front fork seals on their motorcycle. The technician found that it had the incorrect rear caliper bolt installed, both front calipers damaged due to the front tire installed backwards on the wheel direction incorrect causing brake caliper damage on front calipers, and a missing engine mount bolt. The brake fluid reservoir was also installed incorrectly and loose. After the technician declined to work on the bike, the customer had his son ride the bike away. The customer then complained about the technician expressing concern about his death trap.
When this customer brought in the
You don't want to get the stuff fixed, so you have your son take it back, and then you complain that the mechanic tells you there's something wrong with it? You're complaining about a professional telling you that your motorcycle is a death trap. You take issue with someone telling you that someone could die if they ride that.
their car to get new.
About the technician expressing concern about his death trap.
When this customer brought in their car to get new brakes installed, the customer supplied his own brake pads, but had spray painted them and his seats as well. The shop declined to install the brakes, and the customer did not want to buy new pads. When this Corvette was brought in for an unrelated issue, the mechanic noticed that this car had stick-on lights on the headlights, as they did not work, and the customer did not want them fixed while it was at the shop.
It used to be a nice car.
The lights don't even work? So you have touch lights on the outside of the car? And they're touch lights you would put in your house? These lights are not... These are lights that you would put underneath your cupboards in your kitchen. You would stick them underneath the cupboard in your kitchen so you can have a little light shining down on. But you have them on the front of your car where your headlights should be because you don't want to get the headlights fixed. So you decided to be ghetto and put kitchen lights on the front that you have to step outside and clap off and just turn off by Hmm. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. What the heck is the matter with me?
Not work, and the customer did not want him fixed while it was at the shop.
Used to be a nice car. Used to.
When this car was in for some work, the mechanic noticed this is how the customer had his child's car seat secured in the back of the car.
Child endangerment. Kitty, calm down, calm down, calm down. That's what you keep your child in? Out of every single thing I've seen, this is the worst. Instead of fastening the child in the front, in the row, you have them in the trunk. You have them in the trunk, and their seat is secured by a custom 2x4 structure. And the only thing, if you look down at the bottom, and the only thing that is keeping the child's seat from sliding back any further are metal, basically mounts that you would fasten to like a bookshelf to the wall. It is there on the wood to keep this child's seat from moving. You're a big guy, you couldn't breathe sitting there? No, CDs, you don't understand. This is where they keep the child. That's the trunk of the car. That's the trunk of the van. That's the trunk. That's not even an actual seat. That's the trunk. And they keep the child back there. This is why I told Kitty to calm down. This is why I told her to try and breathe easy. Breathe easy, please. This is by far the most questionable thing I have seen out of every single compilation we've watched today. You are endangering a child and potentially smothering them because the seat doesn't even look like it can't go further. So if the child continues to grow and you keep them back there, they are going to be squished back there. And don't let a heftier person get in the seat in front of them. They're going to lean the chair back and it's going to be on the child. You are endangering the child. And since the trunk itself is not really, really low, once they get bigger and they're still in that car seat, their legs are going to be touching the ground and they're going to be constricted. This has got to be the most unsafe thing I have ever seen, and it involves children. There is no way.
Was in for some work, the mechanic noticed this is how the customer had his child's car seat secured in the back of the car. The shop told the customer to remove it as soon as possible. When this vehicle was brought in to get a new air vent installed and some other trim pieces, the mechanic stumbled upon 2 secret compartments that were lined with carpet, and the speaker covers had metal plates behind them.
Customer states blower makes noise temporarily.
Secret compartments for what? What type of car is this? Wouldn't let them leave. I called 911 and Child Protective Services.
With carpet,
That's crazy.
And the speaker covers had metal plates behind them.
Customer states blower makes noise temporarily.
And here's the thing. This was from last year. The owners of that car are still driving around with that car seat still potentially back there.
This car came in as the vehicle owner said he had an oil leak fixed by another shop. The technician is not sure what other shop apparently did this, but he found a diaper held in place with some chicken wire and the oil leak was not fixed.
I don't need to say anything. I don't need to say anything. That's some ghetto stuff. Yes, it is. It is.
And this truck was brought in as a driver says there's a clutch issue and an air leak inside the cab.
This Hyundai Accent was towed in as the customer said it just shut off while driving. The technician said he wonders how long has the check engine light been on for and ignored by the owner.
When this car was brought in for an oil leak,
It was towed in as the customer said it just shut off while driving. The technician said he wonders how long has the check engine light been on for and ignored by the owner.
The owner knows that the check engine light has been on, and it's been on so long, they put duct tape over their dash so that they didn't have to look at the check engine light anymore. And the owner ignored him when questioned about it. You don't deserve a car.
When this car was brought in for an oil leak from the front cover, the technician also found the timing chain guide, tensioner, and some other parts to be broken. The customer did not want to fix while the technician had the front cover off, and only wanted the oil leak fixed.
Customer states that the engine overheated and there's coolant leaking from the engine. The customer has tried to stop this coolant leak with duct tape, which did not work.
Put some pressure to it. And of course, it looks like probably leaking from in there, eh?
When this car was brought in for a no-start concern,
I'm gonna move it back just a little bit. We're gonna move it back. We just talked about cleanliness. 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 We just talked about this. We just talked about this. Why is there a mountain of trash on one side of your car? How busy are you that you can't clean this? How packed is your home where you can't throw some of this stuff away? Why is it packed in your car?
concern, the customer told the mechanic to watch out for rats that may be in their car.
What you mean, watch out for rats? So you know there are rats in your car, and you still drive it. You know there are rats in your car, and you're still driving it?
From their neighbors. Unfortunately for the technician, told the mechanic to watch out for rats that may be in their car from their neighbors. Unfortunately for the technician, he will have to try and get access underneath a rear seat to check the fuel pump and wire into the fuel pump.
You realize how packed your car needs to be of trash for it to not move when you open the door? It's unsafe. It's unsafe. One, your side view mirror for you to actually see is blocked by trash. Your rear view mirror is essentially useless because your rear is blocked by trash. Your entire car is now weighed down moderately on one side, putting more pressure on your tires because it is weighed down by trash. I would rather walk through inclement weather. I would walk through a tornado and a hurricane and a typhoon that whips through North Carolina before I ever get in a car like this. No, this is unsanitary. This is unsafe. Be right back. Take your time, kitty.
And this vehicle was brought in for an alignment after the customer said he fixed his steering gearbox. The shop declined to do any work on this vehicle once they saw how the customer tried to fix the frame. Customer states when turning the steering wheel, his car shuts off.
Oh. Every time. Now fold it in half.
This car came in with all of this mold and dirt inside. It was hard for the technician to breathe, and he said he thought it was cat poop on the armrest.
Sakes.
Why? No, the AC's on, blowing.
It smells like dead cat and soured cat food in this mug.
Bet that quarter ain't gonna move ever.
When this car was brought in for an alignment, the mechanic noticed that you couldn't close the hood on this customer's car, as a light bar and brackets were in the way.
Customer states their engine was steaming and they had to pull over. The customer only wanted the technician to replace the radiator hose. After doing so, the car didn't start, and the technician got approved for further diagnosis, and then found that this vehicle needed a new engine.
And the last time this Porsche was at this shop, the customer declined to get an oil change done. The customer is now back as he said the engine sounds terrible after he did the oil change himself.
I guess it'd be a pressure relief valve, if you will. This is actually where this belongs, is inside this filter cup. Unfortunately, when we inspected the vehicle, the customer had it right here, which is where it does not belong.
No repairs were performed and the vehicle was towed away. And this vehicle was towed in as the customer said there's a hole in the gas tank, which was caused by the customer's aftermarket exhaust pointing directly at the fuel tank.
See, here's the thing. We just seen another customer have this. In their car from the 2023 compilation. So what is it about people getting these custom exhaust parts put in, but they're never put in the right place? Do these idiots go to the same school?
This semi-truck was towed in as the driver said the engine seized. The mechanic found that the engine locked up so hard that it sheared off all the flywheel bolts. The mechanic had to remove the transmission with the flywheel and clutch still on the transmission.
Should be fine. You should have a new flywheel.
Oh, that's just... My son tried to do his own brakes because he wanted to, and he had some trouble, and he also lost his lug nuts, or a couple of them. and this is what he did to help hold the wheel on. I don't think he's ready to do his own brakes yet.
And this vehicle was brought in as a customer says they have a vibration which feels like it's coming from the wheels. The mechanic found out that the customer took a grinder to his wheels, as he said they were not to correct offset and declined to buy new wheels.
You grinded your wheels? Not the tires, but the actual foundation for your wheels, because it wouldn't fit and you didn't want to get the actual proper size tires? No, you don't deserve cars.
Customer states fuel pump doesn't seem to work all the time. The technician found out that the owner cut the floorboard to access the fuel pump and damaged the fuel tank, some wires, and a fuel line, then tried to install a new wire going to the fuel pump relay. This vehicle was brought in as a customer said they just needed alignment after they got into an accident. The mechanic found that somebody had tried to install a new lower control arm on the passenger side, even though the bolt hole for the lower control arm bolt was torn. The shop also found other front end parts that were bent after the accident, and is still waiting to see if the customer will get any repairs performed, and they are also unsure who installed the new lower control arm.
I don't know who thought that was going to work though. Look.
Customer stated that the AC doesn't work and not to touch any of the duct tape. As you can see, the customer loves duct tape and there's no fan shroud installed.
This Ford Bronco with 2,000 miles on it was brought in as a wooden start. The shop found out from the customer that he went Dukes of Hazzard into a retention pond and caused the front tires to hit the upper fenders on both sides. The customer also wanted it covered under warranty, but it was denied, so the customer had his insurance company cover the damages.
And this customer thought it was a good idea to super glue a seatbelt back together.
What do you mean, super glue a seatbelt back together?
This 2016 Rolls-Royce Wraith came in for an alignment, and this is what the mechanic found during his inspection.
This looks original. The original actually is supposed to look like that. So yeah, I don't know what shady shop replaced this side, but it's no good.
And this vehicle was brought in as a customer said the engine runs rough. The customer had just installed 4 new spark plugs, and this is how he gapped them. The shop installed new spark plugs and it fixed the issue. This vehicle was towed in as a customer just purchased this car on Facebook Marketplace and was told by the seller it just needed a new battery. Unfortunately for the customer, it didn't start because the engine was seized, and the shop found multiple suspension components falling apart due to rust. And this vehicle was brought in as a customer said they apparently had another shop try and fix their squeaky suspension, but the noise is still there. The mechanic is not sure what other shop apparently did this, but said the squeak was still very loud.
This pickup truck was brought in as the owner said he just needs to pass an emissions test. The mechanic said that this is the most dangerous trap he has seen still on the road, and said it surprisingly passed the emissions test. The shop told the customer that they recommend he takes the vehicle to a scrapyard.
What is that gonna? Is there a rope? It's rope. Oh my god. Oh.
Don't look at this side.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
How did this pass inspection?
The owner of this vehicle spent 2 weeks on trying to figure out why their vehicle didn't start, which they found that the issue was caused by the owner, who made this custom throttle body gasket.
This car came in for a brake issue. During the inspection, the technician found this lower control arm to be broken and that someone attempted to JB weld it. The customer declined repairs and drove away.
Can we weld that? Somebody already JB welded it. Before he...
Well, car just came in. You can see pan scraped up, whole bottom scraped up. Well, yeah, no springs will do that. None in the front, none in the back.
When this car was in for an oil change, the mechanic noticed it had the completely wrong air filter. The customer declined to get the correct one installed.
This car was towed in as the customer said his car has a massive oil leak in the driveway after his son changed the oil. The mechanic found that the customer's son installed a Bluetooth oil filter.
And this vehicle...
A Bluetooth what? A Bluetooth what? A Bluetooth oil filter? Bluetooth oil filter, what do these things do? What in the world?
was brought in as the customer has a flat tire. The customer had a hole in the sidewall and attempted to patch the hole with spray foam, but that...
If I hear another person is using spray foam to try and fix something that can't be fixed with spray foam, if I hear one more person tried to fix their car with spray foam, one more, just one more. Tell me one more.
That did not work.
This car was brought in as the customer said their car is bouncy and they have a hole in their hood after they installed new front struts. The mechanic said that the customer forgot to install a part on the struts when they installed them.
Another car filled with cigarette butts. You didn't even drop them outside, you just left them in the car. Look at all of those packs of cigarettes. It's filled the passenger side.
And this vehicle was just brought in for an alignment. The shop could not perform the alignment as the customer installed steering knuckles from a 3/4 ton on a half-ton vehicle, so the customer added washers to try and tighten the nut for the upper ball joint, which didn't work.
This 2001 International came in as the customer stated when he was driving, he dumped the clutch, then heard a pop and lost all power. The technician found all of this damage to the input shaft of the transmission.
When this van was in to get new tires installed, the customer notified the shop not to open the sliding door, as it is kept closed with some spray foam.
That's exactly what I'm saying, CDs. If their car is like this, I'm not going to their house. Yeah, I'm not going to the house. We're not going to the house. We're not going to the house. Remember when I was playing Ghostwire Tokyo and we went into that one house for a side mission and the whole house was just filled with piles and piles of trash bags. And I just went off on a whole tangent about the cleanliness of a house. If your car is this nasty, then your house is Asmongold's. Because Asmongold's house isn't clean. It's not. He does not keep his room clean. He don't keep his kitchen clean. I doubt that Joker vacuums all the time. I don't want to know what this man's house looks like if he has no problems dropping cigarette butts inside of his car, filling his entire passenger side with cigarette cases, cigarette boxes. Never throwing anything away, mind you. No. I'm vacuuming my room after this. All right? You done got me feeling all nasty and everything. I got to clean my room. I got to clean my room after this. This is unsanitary. This is unsafe. And imagine the smell. Imagine the smell of the car. Not just the very thick smell of tobacco, but just everything else that's in the car as well. No, this is disgusting.
Customer complains backup camera lines not showing. Fixed it.
Customer states the electronic parking brake light is on and the parking brake does not work. The technician found the customer stored his loose change underneath the switch, which held up the parking brake switch and put the system in default. This car was just at this shop to get new control arms installed, and the customer is now back as she's claiming the shop stole her battery and gave her a worse one. The mechanic recorded this clip just in case the customer comes back to his shop, claiming they stole anything else.
Customer states car started making a rattle noise about a week ago. The last oil change was in 2022, and they had gone 730 days past the recommended oil change interval. The car had about half a quart of black burned oil.
730 days. 730 days in years. 2 whole years without an oil change? Two whole years without an oil change. Seven hundred and 30 days. That's 2 years without an oil change.
Oil in the engine. The customer only approved one engine flush and oil change, and the technician said the car also smelled terrible inside.
Customer states they are unable to fold the rear seats down, and the buttons on the seats are not working. The technician found that the customer had the seatbelts buckled, which prevented the rear seats from folding.
Oh yeah, back to that car that said that it was 730 days since its last inspection. No, that screen was dirty. That screen was dirty. That screen was crazy dirty. I couldn't even see any numbers. I had to literally lean forward and look at it real good to see through it. That was nasty.
2012 Passat. Customer states, look over my vehicle for my ex. Because that's safe, you know. That's what she's supposed to look like.
This Mazda CX-9 was towed in as the customer said the car overheated, and they continued to drive for 20 minutes until it shut off on them.
When this customer's pickup truck was in for a service, the mechanic noticed that this was the customer's solution.
Rope, duct tape, and 2x4s. CJ, we're actually getting close. We're getting close. We got duct tape. If we can get a car with duct tape, vegetable oil inside of the oil, and it has spray foam on it, we win the bingo. Because how you're holding the back end of your car up with 2 planks of wood, which are tied together with rope, and then secured with duct tape. Stupid. Stupid.
On fixing their very worn out carrier bearing, which the customer declined to get repaired.
What is that?
This vehicle was brought in as the customer says they have transmission issues, and it sounds like an airplane taking off.
This car came in with glued up windows.
So you can't even open the window now because the amount of glue there actually starts to pull that weather strip in. Has anyone, I'm doing this 26 years, I've never seen someone use Gorilla Tape. I mean, that's straight up glue. He wants it cleaned off.
Customer states when the gas starts to get low, the vehicle shuts off when you come to a stop, and the RPMs drop. The technician had to explain to the customer that's what happens when you drive with no fuel. The customer also wanted the technicians to duplicate the issue, but brought it in with almost a full tank of fuel.
Customer states the blind spot and operative light is on. Whoever did the muffler delete on this Mercedes-Benz never reconnected the exhaust to the exhaust tips, and over time it melted the wires for the blind spot system and parts of the rear bumper.
Well, you just melted a whole part of your car.
7 and 8 are red and not white. The technician explained to the customer that it's supposed to look like that.
This vehicle came in for an inspection, and when the technician opened the door, he saw all this mess. The person who drove the car to the shop also had 2 kids in the back seat with him.
Customer states vehicle won't start and it was towed in. The technician
You're taking a car to be looked at. You're taking a car to be looked at. You bring your kids with you, but you got some messy, unruly kids. And now the mechanics have to work around their mess because you couldn't tell your kids to keep themselves in line in the car. If kids are in the car with me, they're going to act right. They ain't going to make it a mess. And if we got to go someplace important, you behave and you don't mess up the car just in case the car needs to be looked at.
Technician found that the customer had installed a new battery, but never connected the positive terminal to the battery. The technician reconnected the positive terminal and the car started. And this vehicle was brought in as the customer says they have a roof leak. The leak was caused by the customer as he drilled holes in the roof to bolt his cargo box directly to the roof. And this Mustang was brought in as the customer said his brakes haven't worked in a couple of weeks and he's had to use his parking brake to stop. The technician found that the brake caliper and bracket was nowhere to be found, and the customer does not know how this happened.
How do you lose a caliper and not know it?
Customer states car will not accelerate. The mechanic found that the floor mat was in the way of the accelerate pedal, which prevented it from being fully pressed down. When this customer was waiting in the lobby to get his oil change performed, the mechanic noticed that the customer didn't disconnect his Bluetooth from his truck and said thankfully the audio was muted. Customer states it sounds like they have a goose stuck underneath their dash.
You always have to like...
Bruh, these are the people we driving next to, bro, on the...
Another bald tire. Another bald tire. Another bald tire. Like the dude said, and I've been saying it this whole stream, these are the people we are driving with on the road.
Bruh, these are the people we driving next to, bro, on the interstate. Look at the strut.
Customer states that the key will not release from the ignition. The technician found that the customer had this hair.
Welcome back, Kitty. You thankfully missed another nasty inside of a car. You remember how we looked at someone who had cigarette butts and everything inside of their car? We saw a car that was 10 times worse than that. Double the cigarettes, double the trash, double the tobacco and ash all over the car. And there was one where apparently a cat was just going all over the place inside of the car itself, and it was smeared all over the armrest and all over the car. Thankfully, you weren't here.
Hair clip on the shifter states that the key will not release from the ignition. The technician found that the customer had this hair clip on the shifter, which prevented the car from fully going into park and releasing the key.
Customer said they think the wheel studs broke because somebody was trying to steal their wheels. I'm gonna guess it was whoever did these rear brakes.
The customer told the technician he does not remember who recently installed the new rear brakes. And this 2011 Chevrolet Silverado was brought in as the customer says they have a fuel leak on this truck they just bought. The technician found the leak and also that the frame was completely rusted through. The customer declined repairs as she said she'll purchase a frame repair kit online.
Customer states pulled out onto the hot.
And also that the frame was completely rusted.
Hold on. My headphones disconnected for a quick second. Let me have them connect again. That's unbelievable. That's crazy. What is wrong with people? I don't think I need the glasses anymore. Unless some dumb moment just decides to pop up. All right, let me reconnect it. All right.
Through. The customer declined repairs as she said she'll purchase a frame repair kit online.
Customer states pulled out on.
Decline repairs for your frame that is completely rusted through, and you don't want to get it done because you'll just get a frame repair kit. You're not repairing this from something from Amazon. This needs a whole brand new frame. You're not fixing this on your own.
Said she'll purchase a frame repair kit online.
Customer states pulled out onto the highway, heard a funny noise, and then the engine stopped. And upon attempting to start it again, it would not turn over.
And this customer's vehicle was brought in as they said the radio they installed does not work properly, which the mechanic found some wires to not be connected and some connected using band-aids. This Honda Pilot was brought in as the customer said the oil light came on, so he went to his local parts store to add some oil, and ever since he did that his car started to smoke really bad. The shop drained almost 15 quarts of engine oil, while the car only takes 5.7 quarts, and unfortunately for the customer the engine now has a really bad knock. And the mechanic who took this photo was pretty surprised on how dirty this customer's car was when
I'm this close to being done. I'm this close to being done. Are those mini wheats? Is that an entire driver's seat? The driver's seat with mini wheats? See, the only difference is that it's not frosted mini wheats. Hold on. Cereal. We need to go down and figure out what type of Kellogg cereal this is. Okay, what kind is it? Where is it? Not Frosty Mini Wheats, because they're not mini wheats. What is it called? Chex? Is that Chex? Hold on. It's Chex. It's like either rice Chex or corn Chex. Rice Chex. It's Chex. Or Crispix. It's either Crispix or Chex. That's a seat full of Chex. That's Chex. That's a car full of Chex cereal. Because it's not Cheez-Its. Cheez-Its are like a more orangey color, okay? Why? And the fact is, this person has been, look at the seat. The whole seat is not full of solid Chex. It has ground up crushed Chex, which means this person has been purposefully driving on this driver's seat with Chex underneath them. This person has been driving around sitting on Chex. And it's not just on the driver's seat. It's on the armrests, in the cup holders, and you see a little bit on the passenger side. That's Chex. That's cereal. That is breakfast cereal just covering their car.
really bad knock. And the mechanic who took this photo was pretty surprised on how dirty this customer's car was when it was brought into his shop. This Subaru WRX was towed in as a customer tried to do his own clutch, but could not figure it out. The technician said he thinks the customer forced the wrong clutch disc onto the input shaft of the transmission, and the car had a bunch of butchered wires as the customer just finished doing an engine swap. And this car came in as a customer says they have a whistling noise on the highway, and it's even louder when they tow. The mechanic found out from the owner that one of his friends installed this turbo exhaust whistle in the tailpipe, which caused the noise. Customer states that ever since this shop did the last oil change 6 months ago, there's been a warning light on the dash and the alarm beeps when she tries to lock her car. The passenger door wasn't fully closed and it's been like that for the past 6 months. When this car was brought in to get the oil pan resealed, the technician found on what he thinks was plastic airsoft BBs in the oil pan.
Huh?
Bruh, this person literally just hucks loogies and spit over here. It's still wet, dude. I don't want to.
Oh, I just say, no, that is foul. This person just casually spits in their car? they're just spitting in their car, all on their trash, all on their glove compartment, all over their speaker on the passenger side, on the seats. Jail. Jail. That's a crime against humanity. That might as well be akin to waterboarding another individual. Jail time. How? I don't ever spit. I rarely spit at all, unless I'm sick and I have phlegm and I go into the bathroom and I get rid of it. I don't spit inside of your car? In your car! Not even open up. You are literally driving on the side with a window. With a window so you can spit it outside. You can't go to jail if you spit outside. But you will get your behind beat if you spit inside. And a person's in there with you. This was last year. Someone did this last year. Someone did this last year. That person exists. They're still alive today. And they're still doing this. No, and the thing that makes it worse is that there is literal bottles they can spit into, but they're just piling up the trash and spitting on the trash instead of spitting into the trash. This has got to be the most disgusting thing. How many times have I taken these off? This has got to be the most disgusting thing I have seen from someone's car. I thought the lady that had the car with the rats inside was something. I thought the person that had a snake that was just in their car eating rats was another thing. I thought the cigarette butts just covering the entirety of the car was one thing. This is disgusting because the fact is this person is willingly making their car disgusting by spitting everywhere.
And this customer's vehicle was brought in for a fuel-related issue. The mechanic wanted to hear if the fuel pump turns on, so he opened the hatch and came across this. The customer said they have no clue how this happened. A customer called and said he tried to do his own brakes and could not get the brake rotor to come off. The customer drove it to the shop like this, and this is what the technician found when he removed the wheel. This customer's 2023 RAV4 Hybrid was brought in for a recall, which involves removing these rear seats. At the time this was filmed, the customer had just bought this vehicle and brought it in for an oil change and an inspection. When it was in the shop, the technician found that the rear subframe was rusted through and other parts of the car was rusted as well. The customer had also tried to blame the shop for the damages. A customer had their vehicle towed in as it does not start.
How are you going to... okay, I'm back. I just walked into the house. Glad you made it home safely, my friend. We just seen the most disgusting car I have ever seen. And also, this person is trying to blame the mechanics of all the damages to the car. How do you cause rust to happen to your car during during an auto visit? No one exists in this world that can speed up rust and erosion literally within the time it takes for you to go to a mechanic. It's not their fault. Your stuff is rusted through. That's wear and tear that you allowed to happen. It's not them. The damages that was done to your car was done by you. Blame a shop for that? Let's go back through it again. And I changed my mind.
This was filmed, the customer had just bought this
and I changed my mind. I don't want to know what's all over that seat.
Vehicle and brought it in for an oil change and an inspection. When it was in the shop, the technician found that the rear subframe was rusted through and other parts of the car was rusted as well. The customer had also tried to blame the shop for the damages. A customer had their vehicle towed in as it does not start. The technician found out that the customer installed new spark plugs, and ever since they did that, the issue started. The customer installed the spark plugs on the right, which would be for a small engine, like something in a lawnmower, while it should actually be the spark plug on the left. And this customer brought in their car as they said the brakes still squeak after they apparently had a parts store employee help her. Whoever tried to help her used a bottle of orange disc brake quiet and had put it all over the brakes, calipers, wheels, and tires instead of the back of the brake pads. The technician said the brakes were still squeaky.
It's wild.
And this
This is literally the equivalent of those 2 employees from Taco Bell. Okay, so I told this. That's years of rust. Yes, that's years of rust. We're getting close and closer to the end, and once we get done with this video, I'll call it a session, because this was a nice, long session. I keep forgetting. How long were we live? 4 hours? We were live? We've been live for 4 hours? Wow. Where does the time go? But, this employee... Sorry, it highlighted one of the other windows I have up, and that's the reason why it slowed down. Everything's fine. This employee helping this customer and just spraying all over the wheels and brakes and everything else is akin to those 2 employees who don't know how to make a 5-layer beef burrito. Let me explain. So yesterday, and I told this to the Discord as well. Yesterday, Mom decided to go out and get food for everybody. So I got something from Taco Bell. Everyone got some food from someplace else. She comes home and she's questioning the bag before she looks inside because she's all like, this doesn't feel right. So I open it up and there's these, and I asked for 2 5-layer beef burritos because those are the only things I eat from Taco Bell that, doesn't have my system messing up like the average Taco Bell food would. So I look in the bag, and there's these 3 thin burritos, these 3 thin cheesy burritos, and my mom is looking like, okay, this isn't right. Is this what you normally get? And I says, no, this is supposed to be bigger than this. So she's all like, okay, all right. So she goes ahead and leaves because when she goes out and she gets food for people, she wants to make sure the food is good. And if it's not, she's going back. So she goes back. And the people who rung her up say like, oh, you got the wrong food, didn't you? Yeah, sorry about that. So my mom has to reorder my food again, and she gets it back. But before that happens, there's only 2 people in this Taco Bell that she goes to. And neither one of them know how to make a 5-layer beef burrito. My mom, who doesn't work at Taco Bell, has to tell them what all is in it. Let me say that again. My mom had to go to Taco Bell and tell the employees of Taco Bell how to make the food of Taco Bell. They didn't know how a 5-layer beef burrito was made. My mom had to tell them. And when she did, the food got back to me, and it was right. But the fact that my own mother had to tell employees of Taco Bell how to make the food is the equivalent of this employee spraying all this brake fluid all over the wheel and brake pads and all over the car instead of the back end of the brakes where it's supposed to be. Just thought I'd give you guys a little bit of a story there.
BMW motorcycle was brought in as the customer said he has an oil leak. The customer did his own oil change and over-torqued the drain plug, which cracked the engine block. Then afterwards, he tried fixing the engine block with his welder, which did not work.
This car was brought in as a customer said it overheats and the heat blows cold. The technician found that the customer had a meat thermometer probe installed in one of the coolant hoses and the other in a charged air cooler hose, which he said he did this to monitor the coolant coming in and out of the engine block. The technician found a leak from a hose which caused the customer's concern.
Why are you sticking meat
technician said this
thermometers
2014
in your
Jeep
car?
Wrangler has already had the engine replaced 3 times since the customer has owned it, and he's waiting to hear back if the customer will be purchasing another. Customer states there's a wind noise coming from a window when driving on the highway, and the customer suspects the vehicle doesn't seal properly. The technician found the issue to be caused by the rear window that is covered with plastic as it's shattered. This customer just installed his own parts after this shop just did an alignment, and came back saying that the shop had turned the steering wheel upside down, but it was done by the customer who just installed his own parts.
Customer states wheel lock is in the trunk.
Get too much bottles there.
This Mercedes-Benz came in as it had
Get too much bottles.
Why are people keeping trash in their cars? Why are people keeping trash in their cars?
This Mercedes-Benz came in as it had blown a head gasket and this plastic coolant pipe was cracked and leaking badly. The customer laughed when he received the quote and told the shop to only replace this coolant pipe with the one he provided. The technician said while the car was at the shop, it no longer wanted to start as too much coolant had entered the combustion chamber. The technician said while the car was told the shop to only replace this coolant pipe with the one he provided. Laughed when he received the quote and told the shop to only replace this coolant pipe with the one he provided.
So the customer is looking to get this part replaced for his car. He has the part, but it's a part that looks shoddily made and poorly maintained. And when he got the quote for the car to get fixed, he laughed and told the mechanics to reuse the part he gave them? How entitled do you have to be? How dumb do you have to be to think like, I'm not paying that, just use the part I gave you? Are you a mechanic expert? If you are, why are you at another mechanic?
The technician said while the car was at the shop, it no longer wanted to start as too much coolant had entered the combustion chamber. Customer states vibration and clunk is felt in the rear drive shaft. The technician found the rear subframe to be rusted out beyond repair, leaving the rear differential hanging loose from one bushing. The customer asked if it could be welded back together, but the shop declined, and the customer said they are not looking to purchase a new vehicle.
Customer states his brakes are noisy after his
Okay, I
friend
guess you're just
installed new
walking in
pads
it.
and rotors. Whoever installed the brake pads in their state.
But the shop declined, and the customer said they are not looking to purchase a new vehicle.
Well, what do you expect them to do? They said they're not going to fix it because it's beyond repair. What do you expect them to do? I'm not looking to buy a new car. Okay, I guess you're walking then. Because we're not fixing this. This can't be fixed. What is wrong with people?
Customer states his brakes are noisy.
I feel like I've been saying that for the past 4 hours. What is wrong with people?
After his friend installed new pads and rotors. Whoever installed the brake pads installed the inside one backwards and put grease on the friction material of the outside brake pad to try and quiet down the noise.
This vehicle was towed in to get a secondary injection pump installed. When opening the door, the mechanic found all this mold inside. The shop declined to perform any work.
This car was brought in as they said they
This Joker got the cordyceps, the Last of Us cordyceps in there. The car is covered in mold. You are driving around in this? That's hazardous. You don't work in mold. As soon as you see mold, you get rid of what's causing the mold and stop and just distance yourself. You mean to tell me you're driving in this? Breathing this in? Matter of fact, let's do this. Let's see. Can I get sick from mold in my car? Let's see. Exposure to mold can trigger allergies, cause respiratory problems, and even lead to skin and throat irritations in severe cases. Thus, ignoring mold in your car can put you and your passengers at risk. Not just your health, mold can wreak havoc on your car's interior as well. Let's see. Respiratory issues, allergic reactions, chronic health problems. Prolonged exposure to mold can lead to chronic respiratory issues and other serious health problems. Musty odor, visible mold growth, damage to interior, moisture, lack of air circulation, spills and debris, damp items, leaking or condensation. I know I shouldn't be laughing, but Q should be making it funny when he's trying to be serious. Oh, you missed it. Yeah, like Kitty said, you missed the beginning half. I lost it. I was in a laughing fit for like 3 to 4 minutes. I completely lost it. Because someone put a Ziploc bag of pancakes underneath the driver's seat, and I just couldn't comprehend it because of how dumb it was. That's the reason why I'm probably not laughing a lot right now, is because I used up my laughing fit for today, and I'm on a cooldown.
Perform any work.
This car was brought in as they said they apparently had another shop try and fix a coolant leak, but it still leaks and now they want the water pump replaced. The technician had found the leak to be from the thermostat housing, which was just replaced and installed with a custom cardboard gasket and silicone. When this customer's car was brought in for some service work, the technician had to drive the car on some blocks of wood to lift it up on the hoist.
Don't do that, Kitty. Emergency rations.
As was very low due to the customer not having any coil springs on all 4 corners. The last time this car was in for an oil leak concern, the shop told him he needed a new oil pan gasket, but he declined repairs. Now the car is back as a shutoff on the customer as all the oil leaked out over time and caused this to happen. And this customer said the motorcycle they just purchased from this dealership has the brake lights stuck on while they were moving. The customer added this get back whip to the lever, and the weight of that pulled the lever and caused the brake light to come on. This truck was brought in as the customer says it does not handle right after he installed new steering stabilizers. When the customer had installed the stabilizers, he secured them to the sway bar, which caused his concern.
Customer states high beam indicator does not come on with high beams.
Peekaboo. If you're gonna spray paint.
This is a literal Jesus take the wheel moment. I understand. Don't put pictures over your dash where you need to see everything. Jesus will understand if you don't have his picture in front of your fuel tank or anything else important on your dash. He'll understand. You could literally put it anywhere else on your car that is not intrusive to you being able to tell what's going on with your car. This is ridiculous. I need to have all the pictures of Jesus on the front of my dashboard because I need to see him at all times. If you do not, if you keep having your dashboard covered up where you can't tell what's going on and you ain't careful, you'll see him sooner than you think. But just don't. He said, Jesus, take the wheel moment. Look, I know. It's just, nah.
Paint your upholstery. They clearly didn't put the seat about it. That's too much.
And this customer's vehicle was towed in as they said it won't go in a drive. The technician removed all this stuff from the center console, which fixed the concern. This police vehicle.
Your car won't go into drive, but you don't want to move the mini phone book that's blocking it? It's the car's fault? That you're a pack rat?
Was brought in after an officer drove into a gate. Fortunately, nobody sustained any injuries, and the officer only had a small impact mark on his vest. This Audi R8 was.
I looked at chat.
This police vehicle was brought in after an officer drove into a gate. Fortunately, nobody sustained any injuries, and the officer only had a small impact mark on his vest. This Audi R8 was brought in.
If he didn't have a vest, he would have died. If he didn't have the vest on, he would have died. That is some Final Destination. That is some Final Destination mess right there. If he didn't have the vest on, he would have died.
This Audi R8 was brought in as it doesn't start. The customer said they had an Audi specialist who they couldn't name try and fix an oil leak. The technician said whoever tried fixing the leak used RTV silicone, which managed to block the return to the reservoir ports and cause the engine to hydrolock on its own oil. And this pickup truck was brought in as a customer says they have a leak after they apparently had another shop do some work on their vehicle. The mechanic found that whoever did the work had 2 spindle nuts on the spindle, and one of them was welded in place and the outer wheel bearing was installed backwards.
Customer states something rolling under the seat.
When this vehicle was brought in for a suspension noise concern, the technician noticed that
Oh, hold on. Want to know something infuriating? The car that caused your accident had just left a car shop that had noted a do-it-yourself repair job. So, the car that hit you left the shop that day with a note from the mechanic noting that the car had a do-it-yourself repair job on it. So the person driving the car tried to fix it themselves, then took it to the mechanic, and more than likely refused the repairs, drove out on the road, and then hit you. Now, I'm not going to say that they, oh, wait, you said just left a car shop. So it literally was those moments we just witnessed today where people refused the repairs and left. Yeah, that driver needs jail time. You more than likely refused repairs to the truck because you tried to fix it yourself. It didn't work. You tried to take it to a mechanic. They told you that they're going to need some extra time with it. You don't have that kind of time. You refuse repairs. You get it right on the road, and you wind up hitting and pretty much, at the time, severely injuring one of my peoples. Idiots. I'm gonna calm down. Even though I wasn't there to see it happen and it didn't happen to me, these are one of my people, okay? This is one of my moderators. One of my most gifted of moderators. A revered person, if you will. And that person almost took her from us. Because they're just like this. Took us from us and took us from almost took her from her family and then us because her family comes first. These people, I know I say a lot of jokes and everything, but now knowing what I know, I can't stand these people. People that look at their cars needing to be repaired and they go out on the road. Because should another situation like this pop up, that person may not be able to come out of it alive and still able to resume life like normal, like Kitty did. These people disgust me.
That there is diesel in the coolant reservoir when performing his inspection. He said the diesel started to eat away at the rubber coolant hoses, and the customer declined repairs. As she said, she'll be trading her car in for a new one. Customer states when you pull up next to another Ford Raptor, his truck is shorter than others. His truck just isn't as tall as other Raptors, and he's afraid he might have a mini Raptor.
Customer states AC won't change from defrost to panel.
The customer had all this garbage and a fork in the HVAC box, which prevented the mode door actuator from controlling what vents had airflow.
This car
That's
came
a
to get
whole
some new
fork
all-season
in the
tires
filter.
installed. During the job, the technician saw a few drops of oil drip on the ground and then found all of this JB Weld over a hole on the engine block. The customer mentioned she had just purchased this car for $10,000.
Customer states adaptive cruise control stops working at random times. Long story short, the technician removed this frog that the customer had attached to the steering wheel, and it fixed the customer's concern. This technician replaced this engine as 2 core plugs were blown out, and the customer tried to cover the holes with spray foam and some marine adhesive.
I'm tired of seeing spray foam on cars. Stop putting spray foam on cars. My tolerance. My tolerance for spray foam on cars is at an all-time low. I can't, if I have to, one more.
Sealant. That did not work, and the customer overheated the engine, which now needs to be replaced. This Mustang was brought in as the customer says they apparently had another shop install coilovers, but the car rides extremely rough now. Whoever installed the coilovers did not remove the factory coil springs. And this vehicle was towed in as the customer tried to replace the lower control arms and couldn't get the coil springs to compress. The customer said he managed to hurt himself in the process, and at the time these photos were taken, the customer also had an extended warranty that would have covered the repairs.
This 2011 Kia Sorento with 175 miles on it came in for recall, and the technician noticed the vehicle seemed to have no brakes and found the left rear rotor to be completely worn down to almost nothing. The customer declined repairs and laughed, saying, "Why make such a big deal over nothing?"
What?
With 175 miles on it came in for recall, and the technician
Hauser,
noticed
what's
the
going
vehicle
on?
seemed to have no brakes and found the left rear rotor to be completely worn down to almost nothing. The customer declined repairs and laughed, saying, "Why make such a big deal over nothing?"
Your brake pads are completely shot. What do you mean, why make a big deal out of nothing? The very thing that can help keep your car from careening off of a cliff on a sharp turn or going straight into the back end of someone, and you're saying, why make a big deal out of nothing? Do you not know what brakes are used for? And how important brakes are? How you gonna laugh and leave? Then you get in an accident and then act like I don't even know what happened.
The vehicle seemed to have no brakes and found the left rear rotor to be completely...
Oh, it's not even a fact that the car had broken brakes. It has no brakes.
And the technician noticed the vehicle seemed to have no brakes and found the left rear...
It has no brakes. It's not even, it has broken brakes. It doesn't have any brakes. It has no brakes. Why make a big deal out of nothing if you don't get your ghetto behind out this shop? With your plastic covering the back end of your window with duct tape looking behind. Get out! Get out! You're endangering everyone on the road.
Rotor to be completely worn down to almost nothing. The customer declined repairs and laughed, saying, "Why make such a big deal over nothing?"
Your entire back window is covered in duct tape and plastic. You got no brakes, worn down to literally nothing. And you're laughing at the mechanics telling you that this is a problem? Requiescat in pace. Yeah, that's all I can say. That's all I can say. Because the moment you get on the road and you can't slow down like you want to, you brought it on yourself. I don't even feel bad. I don't even feel bad.
Customer states they hit a shovel.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say you definitely hit a shovel and got lucky too.
Customer states vehicle lacks acceleration. The technician found the issue to be caused by this burrito underneath the accelerator pedal. And this customer's car was found unsafe to be on the
Stop leaving food in your car! Nasty!
roads and is now off to the scrapyard, as the passenger side frame rail was held together with some rivets, bolts, and screws. The car was also falling apart due to rust, and the mechanic said the car was hard to keep on the road due to this custom bodywork.
So guys, this is a 2016 Kia Sedona 3.3 with 68,000 miles. They were supposed to replace the oil at 51,000 miles. They came in talking about there was an engine noise, and when they put the oil in, the engine noise went away. So that's what the inside of the engine looks like. Mind you, they were supposed to replace the oil at 51,000 miles, and they came in at 68. And that's what the filter looks like. On a car that doesn't even have 100,000 miles, this is what it looks like when you leave a filter in there for almost 20,000 miles. And it doesn't even want to come out. So we had to resort to alternative forms of violence. Look at this thing. Look at this thing.
This car was towed in as a customer just installed a new engine, but now it won't run. The shop declined to do any work on it, as they found the vehicle to have no brakes, no coolant reservoir, damaged wiring harnesses, and a ton of other issues, including these wheels that were cut by the customer as he said they didn't fit. This vehicle was towed in as the customer said his car won't move after he installed a spare wheel. The customer mounted the wheel onto his car with the lug wrench stuck between the inside of the wheel. He also mentioned that he had used somebody else's lug wrench as he couldn't find his. The last time this car was at this shop was for a brake squeak complaint. The shop noted.
I couldn't even see what the rest of you guys have said because chat on the phone didn't even catch up. And I've just hit in low battery on this. So we only got, hopefully we got enough minutes where we can finish this with my wireless headphones before my batteries die out again.
Notified the customer
before they need to be charged.
They needed new brakes, but the customer declined repairs. The vehicle is now back after their friend replaced the brakes but had a tire come off and a bolt break in the brake caliper. The customer declined repairs once again and had the vehicle towed away.
This 2007 Dodge came in for new tires.
Shop notified the last time this car was at this shop was for a brake squeak complaint. The shop notified the customer they needed new brakes, but the customer declined repairs. The vehicle is now back after their friend replaced the brakes but had a tire come off and a bolt break in the brake caliper. The customer declined repairs once again and had the vehicle towed away.
This 2007.
They refused repairs not once but twice. Get a bike. Get a bike, not a motorcycle, a bike.
And Dodge came in for new tires. After taking a closer look, the technician found the driver's side upper control arm rusted off, passenger side lower control arm bent, passenger rear rotor worn down to the fins, and all the steering components were loose. The customer told the shop they only wanted 4 new tires and declined all other repairs.
This Cadillac CTS was brought in for an oil change and for a tire leak. The mechanic found that the driver's side front wheel had a crack in it, and the tire needed to be replaced. The customer only got the oil change done and declined repairs, then drove the car away in this condition. The last time this vehicle came in, the shop gave a quote to the customer to replace the connectors for the ignition coils. The customer declined repairs and is now back as he has a misfire after he did the work himself.
Nope.
When this truck was brought in for a customer to replace the connectors for the ignition coils, the customer declined repairs and is now back as he has a misfire after he did the work himself.
Nope.
When this truck was brought in for a fuel leak, the technician also noticed this custom trailer receiver done by the customer, and that the truck needed new tires, but the customer declined repairs.
Got this forward end and man.
Customer declined repairs.
The wheel is being cut into by that metal piece up top. It's being cut into.
Got this forward end and man says, I think I got something wrong with my rear end or something. It's making some racket. And geez Louise, I've seen a lot of bad ones in my day, but this is probably the worst I've ever seen. You can really see how warped it is right here.
And this vehicle was brought in as a customer says the truck he just bought has a ton of wind noise and a dent he wants fixed. The previous owner had welded a scissor jack to the frame to try and push out this dent, and a ton.
Someone welded a jack to push out a dent? A jack?
Of other shoddy bodywork done to it that the owner was not aware of. This truck was brought in as a customer said his mechanic said the ABS module needs to be reprogrammed as he had some issues with his brakes. The technician noticed that the brake pedal went to the floor and there's no brake fluid left in the reservoir. He also noticed they had these wheel ring lights zip tied to the brake pads. The brackets for the lights were rubbing against the brake rotors, loose castle nuts with no cotter pins for the outer tie rod ends. The steering shaft rubbed against a fuel line and a whole lot of other issues. The shop declined to do any work on it. This Porsche Cayenne Turbo was brought in.
Real quick, if a person you get if you get your car fixed by someone and they use zip ties at any time, get your money back. No mechanic would use zip ties for anything because a mechanic knows how to wire stuff in that it won't mess with anything, and you don't need to worry about zip ties. Why are zip ties used in some of the... Got an honest question? Do people blindly buy cars? Yes. Do they not inspect the car? No. Or ask for past maintenance paperwork or Carfax? No. None. As long as it runs, that's good enough for some people. Then they'll take it to the mechanic and wonder, what exactly is wrong? Not only that, but if I was in their position, I would want to know everything about the car. How many miles is it? Is there anything wrong? Can I get your address? So that way, can I get your phone number and address? So that way, if anything happens, you and I can have a nice long discussion. Because if there's anything wrong with this car other than what you mentioned, and you sold it to me, and now I'm going to have to spend more money than that which I paid to get this car from you, we gonna talk. We gonna talk. We're going to have a nice long discussion. Gaju, you say you just watched the new Solo Leveling episode? Ooh. Oh, yes. Peak, isn't it? Yes, it was peak. And they know a friend that fixes cars? Yeah. Shady mechanic. I need to know everything about this car. Don't leave nothing out. Why are you selling it to me so cheap? Oh, it runs fine. Right. The moment you tell me it runs perfectly fine, I'm only asking for this much, I'm skeptical. I'm going to get a second opinion. But people apparently don't want to take the time to ask questions. Because asking questions is too much of a process. Why are you asking so many questions? How come you ain't answering them? I'm just saying. What's wrong with the car? Ain't nothing wrong with the car. I'm just only asking for this much. You ain't asking for this much if there was nothing wrong with it. Because if there was nothing wrong with the car, you'd be charging for more because of how good condition it's in. But if it's in shoddy condition and you're just trying to get rid of it and pass it off on somebody, that explains why the price is so low. No good vehicle is going to cost so little in money if there's nothing wrong with it. If there's nothing wrong with it, it would be at least half the price that it would normally be when people buy it brand new. That's my estimate. But people don't ask questions.
As the customer says, it runs rough. The customer had these
You don't buy from people, you go to a dealership even for used cars? Smart. It's very smart. Can't be trusting every Tom, Dick, and Harry that leaves their car in the grass on the side of the road saying, call me to find out the price for this. No, I'd rather get either a used car from a dealership or just a brand new car from a dealership. But I ain't getting no car that's already been owned by somebody who probably didn't take care of it good in the first place. No.
Performance spark plugs just installed, which caused their issue. Customer states stiff fluid got all over left rear tire and caused the tire to go flat. The technician did not find any leaks from the differential, and the customer declined the purchase of new tires.
This car...
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about right here. There are people who are too dumb to really think and run more than two brain cells together for them to realize, My tire is not flat because some fluid got on it, because tires are meant to withstand that. That's the whole reason why tires have treads in them, so that they can drive in inclement weather. That includes water, which is a fluid. Tires are meant to be fluid resistant so that you can keep driving on the rainiest and stormiest of days, or even driving through some thick snow. But no, this ignorant mongrel decides, something's wrong with my car because some fluid's getting on it and it's causing the tire to go flat. There exists no fluid in the world today that can make your tires go flat. But you want to know what can make your tires go flat? Either driving into something sharp and it causes the tire to leak air, or if you drive on the tire so much they go bald. Look, Lex, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Tires that go bald are more prone to leaking air than that of tires that just have fluid on it. People are making excuses. I'm talking to my sister about this. This is ridiculous. How?
Came in as the customer stated they heard
What did he
clunking while
say?
turning. The technician found this destroyed lower ball joint and control arm. The customer declined repairs and
Lava is a liquid, but name one person that drove in it. How many times have you heard a mechanic talk about, like, customer drove directly into lava, but then the customer refused repairs and then drove away from the store? You didn't hear that. You won't hear that because no one is dumb enough to drive in lava. Because if you drive in lava, you're not driving back out. I have never heard of a vehicle driving directly in lava and then driving out like it's fine ever. I've never heard of anyone driving into lava.
drove away.
Air fresheners. Oh, those are nice. What? Hey, wait a minute. There's even more over here? Holy smokes.
I'm in a rideshare vehicle, and the door handles are taped over so the customer can't get out. That seems safe. Customer can't.
You wheezing? Haha, I did my job. I succeeded. She's wheezing. I succeeded. That's revenge for you saying, he's raging. I succeeded. Revenge. But, I got a question. Why does your car have duct tape over the handles inside of the car? What? Why? Why is there duct tape over the handles inside this car? Why is there duct tape over the handles on the inside of this car? Are you trying to keep people sealed inside so they can't get out? This is not good baby proofing because no baby's going to be in the front seat. What is this?
Holy smokes.
I'm in a rideshare vehicle, and the door handles are taped over so the customer can't get out. That seems safe. Both outside handles are taped up also.
Customer states CD player.
Why are it's not inside, it's outside too. Why are the inside and outside handles of this car taped over? Somebody trying to get some insurance money. Somebody put out a life insurance policy on one of their family members and they trying to get it. Check and make sure there isn't a brick on the gas pedal. Have you seen a folding chair on the passenger side? Oh, I think I may have seen people have folding chairs on the side of their cars before. Like actual... Lex, you know those folding chairs we would sometimes take to like 4th of July? Yeah, there are people that will put that in their passenger cars. No, it's not smart at all. It is not... That's not smart at all. Where's the seatbelt going to latch onto? Because seatbelts are supposed to connect safely so you can be strapped into this already secure chair, right? So how are you going to be secure in the folding chair if you put a seatbelt on? Yeah, it's a death wish. Crazy, isn't it?
Both outside handles are taped up also.
Customer states CD player doesn't work since the last oil change at the shop. The customer had the CD upside down.
I'm so glad my sister isn't in here because she's just going to tell me how dumb these people are with their cars. You want to come in? Okay, come here. I want you to see. Now, mind you, my headphone batteries are about to die, but I want you to tune in. I want you to tune in. Close the door. Okay. Close the door. Hey, everybody. Okay, I just want to introduce you to somebody. This is my little sister. Say hi. Now, mind you, the camera's right here, so you may need to get over here in this space. Oh, you don't want them to see you? You don't? Okay.
Remain anonymous.
Okay. You can remain anonymous, even though I showed your face during your birthday last year. Okay, so put this one goes in your right ear.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
So I've been watching this compilation all day. So this is everybody saying hey, hello, little sis.
Hey.
Okay, so just watch.
The shop.
Also.
Customer states CD player doesn't work since the last oil change at the shop. The customer had the CD upside down.
The last time this car was brought in for its inspection, it failed, as there were multiple holes in the frame. The customer is now back, as he said he had a family member weld the frame and it should pass with no issues.
Bad purchase round 2 for the
day. What?
They had a cousin do like a custom do-it-yourself job of welding for the car.
Why does it look like lava? Like, you know the color of lava?
Oh, you mean that?
Yes.
That's the color of the car, but the gray parts is the part they welded onto the metal.
It did a bad job.
Just letting y'all know, this is her laugh that she uses. This is her laugh. Her laugh is infectious. I'm just saying. Is that the sister that massacred White Run in Skyrim? Yep.
It is I.
Yeah, this is the same sister that massacred, and she's just giggling to herself because it tickles her so bad. This is the same sister that massacred Riverwood after leaving Helgen in Skyrim. This is the very same sister. Yeah. And then you told me, okay, I'm done now, and then turned the game off after you massacred everybody.
No, it wouldn't let me continue. I think I broke it. I think I broke the game.
Lex, you killed the person that was giving you the next quest for the main story. I was wrong. She didn't give up. She didn't stop because you was done massacring. She killed the person that gave her the next step for the quest.
It was so funny, but I couldn't continue. Like, it wouldn't let me, like, do anything. So I had to start all over. So, yeah.
Or the one that almost fell asleep in service. Remember when I was driving home from church and you were with me and you were saying how tired you were during service until I almost fell asleep?
Yes. Oh my gosh, they did a bad job with the car. Wow.
Issues.
Bad purchase round 2 for the day. The car towed in, one lug nut holding the wheel on.
You saw that, right?
Yeah.
That's you seen Jazz's car where it has multiple spokes where it's supposed to hold the wheel in.
Yeah.
Only one of those was in the wheel.
That's dangerous.
Yes, I've been saying that for the. I've been saying that for the past 4 hours. That the people are doing.
Wait, how do they drive to like the mechanic shop? Like,
That's a very good question.
Oh no! No!
I'm glad you weren't in here when we were looking at the inside of people's cars and they were dirty. Like one person was smoking so many cigarettes they were just leaving it in their car. You're laughing? They had tons of cigarette butts all over their car.
Wow.
And then another one where the one person just left leaves and branches just sitting on top of their dash and inside their passenger seat for some reason.
What?
Yes.
Maybe they're a plant person or something.
Oh, there was another one. A person drove in to get their car looked at and was wondering if they could fix all the drawings that their kids did in the car because their kids drew in the car. Like it was all over the car, in the roof, on the windows, on the chairs, on the doors. I told everybody that if it was my kid, he getting a whooping when he get home. Because you are not drawing in my car.
Like on the seat?
Like actual markers on the seats.
Come on. Wow, that's crazy.
Then technicians doing the inspection, they starts to notice just some weird stuff like, oh, I don't know, how about another missing drive shaft? This one's been modified to where this heat shield's been pulled down to hide it up here, so you can't tell that the drive shaft is missing.
Customer states oil light is on.
You need the drive shaft in your car.
Wow,
it's gone.
They pulled down a flap.
Yeah, they put up a flap to hide that it doesn't have a drive shaft.
I don't know why my brain took me to a kangaroo pouch.
A kangaroo pouch?
Like, you know, like kangaroos have that pouch?
Yeah.
And the first thing I thought, well, maybe they pulled the flap down to, like, maybe hide snacks.
Hide snacks? What do you mean hide snacks? What type of snacks are you hiding under your car? Oh, wait. I gotta tell you something. Let me tell you something, please. Please, let me tell you. Let me tell you something that happened. Okay, so you know how you were in a man cave? You know how you were in a man cave earlier? Mm-hmm. And did you hear me laughing uncontrollably in here?
Yes.
Guess what that was? Guess what that was?
Wait.
Someone had to put a whole Ziploc bag full of pancakes underneath the driver's seat. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I need to find it. I gotta find it.
Oh
Hold on. Let me go back to the previous video because I couldn't breathe.
Pancakes?
Like actual thick.
Frozen?
What does it matter if they're frozen?
Yo.
It's just a Ziploc bag full of pancakes under the driver's seat.
Oh my god.
Hey guys,
hold on.
Just rolled in.
Oh
Customer states.
Oh my goodness.
Heater
Hold on.
hose,
Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it.
The issue, and city's happy
that
that
was
he
a
did not
goat.
have to take this for a test drive.
I gotta find it. I gotta find it. It's here someplace.
This customer came in as they still have a coolant leak after they tried fixing it.
Someone
themselves.
had a goat in their car.
A plastic bag.
I gotta find it.
The obvious zip tie. That's a.
They spray. Yeah, they spray. Some people spray their car down. I gotta find it. Where is it? Where is it?
Their washer hose to the battery vent hole on the other side.
I had such a hard time. I gotta find it. I don't know where it was.
He shot a hole in his floorboard to see if there was any bolts in his gun.
They're saying she's asking the important questions here, like were they frozen pancakes?
They have a fuel leak from the rear differential.
Right.
The customer just installed an auxiliary fuel tank and had it connected to the vent hose on the rear differential.
To hide snacks, you Like,
This customer just purchased
Why?
this Jeep
What?
for $7,500.
Okay, so that was the one with the dog biscuits inside of the seatbelt feeder.
what?
And this customer came in as her brakes still
No,
worked,
I gotta
oil
find the
pickup
one.
tube, and would starve the turbo.
That was
oil.
electric tape.
This
It's
needed
stuck
the
in that
control
one.
on bush
Man, where is it? Where's the pancakes? Where are
against
the
touchscreen,
pancakes?
which is enough of an input
Where are the
to-
pancakes? I
that
gotta
it
find the
ended up
pancakes.
damaging the transmission and needed to be replaced.
Like,
Customer
whoever hit the pancakes,
said it was bullet
maybe they're not
holes.
supposed to
Customer
eat
states he shot a hole in his floorboard to see if there was any bullets in his gun.
decided to.
The person was on a diet, so
Customer
they decided to
states
hide
they have
pancakes.
a fuel leak from the rear differential.
Their spouse could have hit the pancakes.
And this customer came in as her engine is noisy.
How
The technician
many
found that the
pancakes does
customer
this
used a
spouse
block
eating
of
for
wood
them to
with a
hide it in the
hydraulic
car?
tensioner for the timing chain should be.
Like, I don't know, maybe.
It was near the
doing an oil
beginning.
change.
Okay, I'll find
I've
it.
seen
I'll
people
find
bring
it.
their dogs in,
I
their
need you.
cats
I need
in.
you to see this.
This
It
was
is
the first.
actual pancakes in the car.
Baby goat wearing a diaper.
That's a
A
goat.
customer
That's
had
a
their
goat in the
truck
car.
towed in as they
That
said they
that
have
the
a ton
person
of
left for the
electrical
mechanics
issues
to deal
after
with.
goats got into his truck.
That's a goat.
Duramax we got here.
$500 USD and brought it in as they were told from the previous owners that it just
No,
needed.
that was another separate car
The
where
shop
goats
wasn't
just destroyed
informed
the
on how
inside
this
of the car,
happened.
just randomly.
However, they think this Jeep was left in four-wheel drive while being engine on the car runs rough since they added vegetable oil to the engine.
Oh, and
the
people
customer
are
said their
putting
car was
vegetable
low on
oil in their
engine
oil
oil, so
intake
they
for
added
their car.
5 liters of cooking oil as that's all they had.
No, it's not
These-
safe. It's actually
So
pretty
he got
stupid.
it towed to this shop so they could finish the job.
It is.
Held up
Let me
by one
see.
screw because the window glass was in the
I'm trying
way.
to find where it is.
Its washer fluid doesn't spray after they replaced their washer pump. The customer had connected a washer hose directly.
Customer state.
You're laughing.
Center console display goes out, and it's.
I want to find the pancakes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use the arrows to try and find it while we go through this. I'm gonna find it.
Electrical tape to the floor that they just recently purchased a vehicle as well.
Trying to catch me selling pancakes from under the seat.
There it is.
Not gonna work on that.
Customer states.
You selling pancakes from under the seat, huh?
Wait! Oh, and it's the big ones too. Oh my gosh! What? And he left that?
The person.
Oh my gosh! Ooh, oh my gosh! He left that underneath the seat.
Yes, just a Ziploc bag full of pancakes.
What?
Yes, I'm live. Lex is watching with me.
Yo, he left this guy. He went to the I guess to get his car checked out.
Yes.
To get the car checked out, and they left pancakes underneath the seat in a Ziploc bag.
Now, mind you, it's not underneath underneath the seat. It is literally underneath the seat cushion.
Like, mom said she's not good. You said it's not underneath the seat, it's underneath the seat cushion. Why? Yo, why?
That's the reason
Wait,
why.
you pull the cushion up? See, I told you he was hiding the snack.
The seat cushion is a secret compartment for pancakes.
Ooh, wow.
Yes.
That's crazy.
That's what had me messed up. That's what that's what had me messed up for those several minutes where you just heard me laughing in here through the walls.
I wonder how long they've been there. Wow. Wait, so you're sitting on top of those?
Yes.
That's not fresh. That's not fresh.
See, this is the reason why when me and my sister, this is the reason why when me and my sister as a kid, when me and my sister are together, we wind up laughing a whole bunch about a whole. I might need to turn the fan on because it's starting to get warm in here.
Customer states belt doesn't want to retract.
But yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the one with the dog treats just inside the belt.
I can't. So wow.
This customer brought in their vehicle as they have a rattling noise from the driver's door.
Honey roasted almonds.
Where?
In the door frame.
I told you. I knew I was right. People are putting snacks in different compartments in the car.
Now here's my question to you. How are they getting them?
What you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? How are... You say people are putting snacks into their car. How are they getting them back?
They're not.
Why are they putting them in there?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But they're doing it. They're doing it. And they're hiding snacks. I don't know. I'm telling you, I'm on a diet. Pancakes is my thing. I like pancakes a lot. I'm trying to, just not eat pancakes no more. So my spouse knows I'm addicted to pancakes. Pancakes is the enemy, so I'm gonna hide it under the couch, that couch cushion with the car cushion, and maybe he won't find them. But why? And then it's in a Ziploc bag. Are you like? Can you hear the bag? Like, can you hear the plastic? Can you hear it? Like when you sit down? And does it pancakes mold? So does it start to stink? Like
Oh, you want to know something? Now, this is something that's actually dangerous. I saw a van where the person put their car seat in the trunk of the car, and it was fastened together with wooden supports.
Wooden support?
Yes.
Like wooden planks?
Yes, like planks of 2x4 stock pieces of wood, and they have the child seat sitting on top of it in the trunk of the car. Not even on the seats.
I'm trying to figure out how are they driving safely to the mechanic shop? How is the car not falling apart?
That's the question.
Like
That's the question, because here's the thing. So many people have said I don't need no repairs, and they'll drive off after being told, hey, your car is beyond repair. You need to get this stuff fixed. There's a lot more wrong with it. And customers will say, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing, and then they'll leave.
Now I'm gonna do my own thing. Clearly, you're doing your own thing if you have dog treats in the seatbelt little compartment and then pancakes under the cushion. I think the pancakes take the cake.
Now, the thing is, Kitty says, and she's one of my mods, she says that the child seat thing, that had her upset because that is child endangerment.
It is. And can you imagine, if you're driving on the highway and maybe one of the wooden planks just, comes loose or something?
Yeah, that's not something you can just immediately fix while you're driving.
No.
Because the child, and the thing is, it's a big seat. It's a big seat. So if that child starts growing, they're not going to have any space to keep their feet because it's literally pressed up against the chair itself.
Yeah, that's not safe.
No, it's not.
Just like the pancakes under the cushion isn't safe either. There's so much that can happen with the pancakes in the cushion. It can cause bugs.
You are still on the pancakes thing.
Cause it's funny, and they're not the regular size. They're the flapjack giant size you get from IHOP. Oh my god, that's so funny. Now when I sit in the car, I'm gonna be thinking about that.
You're just gonna be thinking about pancakes underneath the cushions?
I'm gonna be thinking about what if I put pancakes under the cushion.
You are not putting Mom is not gonna let you put pancakes.
If I put pancakes. Or maybe waffles.
Dude, it'll be the last time you ride in that car.
Oh my gosh. That's so funny. I feel like that's something you'll see on the movies, a cartoon show or something.
Yeah, it's well, everyone's asleep. Now I can sneak some pancakes from under here. And they're just eating it, and they have syrup. Do you know that there's another one where people, I told you about the ones with the cigarettes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I told you one about the leaves.
Yeah.
Did you know that there was one where someone just packed their entire car just full of stuff to the point where they couldn't see out of the right side of the car? They can't see out of the rear view, and they told the mechanics to be careful of the rats.
What? Rats in the car?
Rats in the car.
Burn the car. Burn the car. Burn the car. Or hook it to one of those pickup trucks and like back it off of a cliff and let it just like burn down on like the bottom half of the cliff.
This is people driving though.
With rats.
With rats in the car.
I got bit on my way, but I'm here. I have an appointment today. I got bit on my way to my appointment.
Oh, there was another one because CDs wants me to tell you about this one. There was one where someone was saying, I can't see the high beam lights on my dashboard, and the mechanic just looks at the dashboard, which has multiple pictures of Jesus on there, and he just moves it to the side and says, like, there it is. And I said, like, this is really a Jesus take the wheel moment. You really don't want it. You really just trust in Jesus to just look at everything on your dash. Like, you can have Jesus anywhere else. Just don't have him on the dash when you need to see stuff.
That's crazy. Like, from the pancakes being underneath the seat.
She is not letting go of that pancakes thing.
And then, like, the rats. Like, first of all, how did a rat get in the car? You had to have let him in, like, or had a window down late at night. Or your car was parked in an alleyway or something.
They said that the rats came from the neighbors.
Sure. Blame it on your neighbor. Yeah, right. Sure. Blame it on your neighbor. We know you let him in. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, blame it on your neighbor. Oh, it came from the neighbor. No, I didn't. You let him in. You let the rats in. Was it a rat or rats?
Rats.
Rats with an S?
Plural.
They let him in.
Plural.
They let him in. Ain't no way. Now, if it was one rat, that's a mistake. Oops. My neighbor didn't know. You deliberately let them in. Like, there had to have been, like, a window down. Maybe the car was parked somewhere. And then the rat just went inside.
And another one, there were, like, needles inside of the frame of the windshield.
Like, what type of needles are we talking about?
Like the kind you can see from people who are very too friendly with needles.
Are we thinking acupuncture or syringe medicine type needle?
It's not medicine.
It's not medicine.
It is not medicine that's being injected.
What type of
Lex, they're literal. You know how you watch movies and you see people that use syringes and maybe they need a belt to go with it, or maybe they need like
those type of needles.
Yeah,
that's not safe.
No, it's not.
Wow.
In the lining of their windshield, as in inside the frame of their car.
That's scary.
No, they said it was a junkie car. It was.
You think? Well, they said it was a junkie car. Yeah. Like I can only imagine what mechanics experience every day, like what they see.
This is a compilation of what happened last year.
Oh,
this is an hour-long compilation. Well, this one is 29 minutes. The other one I was watching is an hour-long compilation. This is from 2023. The one I was watching before you came in was from 2024.
That's crazy.
And not only that, but people are. Yeah, I heard her too.
That's amazing.
But people are also trying to hold their cars together with duct tape.
Yeah, I've seen that. Like, we could be driving on the highway and I'll see like a car and like they're holding the door shut or the windows. I've seen that before.
Like they'll have plastic bags over the back door, but they'll have duct tape just sealing it all inside.
Or they'll duct tape the rear view mirrors on the side so it won't fall off. Yep, I've seen that. I see it all the time.
It's crazy how often duct tape is used.
Yeah, and how strong it is.
But yeah.
That's crazy.
That's something I just wanted to show you.
Oh my gosh, that made my whole week pancakes under a cushion. Like, wow. And they look fresh too.
My sister, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't even read the comments that you guys were talking about because we were just in a full-on conversation. Okay, let's get back to this. I think my headphones are getting close to dying, so let's see. We only got like 3 minutes left for this.
Technician's doing the inspection and starts to notice.
Let me see. Hey, Lex. Nah, she's gone. Nah, I ain't gonna call her back. Man, what's going on? My ribs hurt. I wonder what y'all like at the dinner table, man. Yeah, I know y'all be cracking up. Oh, my sister does it all the time. Let's see, car seat in the trunk. Good thing I'm not eating anything right now because I'll probably be coughing because Kyushu is going insane. That's my fault. I'm trying to get your brother to rage, but look, it's like I got her faster. Yep, that's my sister. That's my sister, though. Oh my goodness. Whew.
Just some weird stuff like, oh, I don't know. How about another missing drive shaft? This one's been modified to where this heat shield's been pulled down to hide it up here, so you can't tell that the drive shaft is missing.
Her being included has now made this one of the greatest streams I've ever done.
Customer states oil light is on and the engine has a bad ticking noise. The customer apparently had another shop just install a new oil pan, as the previous one was cracked. Whoever installed the oil pan left his paperwork in the oil pan when they installed it.
That's hair in there. I'm so glad she's gone. I'm so glad she's gone so she doesn't have to see that. This person says, don't mess up my car. But the car is already messed up. There's... Like, what was that? Was that a sea sponge? What is that? Is that just a random rock? What is that? What is that? Is that just... That's just a random rock? What is that? Is that an oyster? Is that an oyster? Well, you know, he likes the classic because he has an Oscar Mayer weenie whistle, but...
Customer states they have a wobble.
All right, Kitty. Thanks for stopping by. I know this was a bit of a long one, but
while driving,
yeah, I'll go ahead and finish this. I'll go ahead and finish this up. We only got like a couple
ones, and forced the wheels on and bent all the wheel studs on the adapter.
All bent inward.
When this car was in for an oil change, the mechanic was pretty surprised to see these custom brake pedal and accelerated pedal extenders. Customer states the rear armrest isn't set in level and dips down. The rear seat was not pushed back all the way, so the technician pushed it back and it fixed the customer's concern.
Well, problem fixed.
This car was driven in like this as the customer wanted to know why the car feels squirrely and all over the road. Once the shop told the customer what repairs needed to be done, the customer declined repairs. When this Cadillac was in for an unrelated issue, the mechanic noticed that the customer made his own custom roof rack, which he said had quite the whistle while driving. This Honda Civic was towed in as a customer just installed a new engine in his car and says it keeps shutting off on him. The customer installed...
Is that a Lego pedal? No. It is wood blocks nailed together. Because either the person has a club foot or it's a short person who's driving.
An engine from our newer Honda Civic and tried to make his own relucto wheel and bracket for the crankshaft position sensor, as the engine is different from the old one, but that did not work and caused the customer's concern.
Customer states rattle noise on freeway speeds in the back seat area. It's a metal-to-metal noise. I believe you.
When this customer's pickup truck was in for an oil change, the mechanic noticed this note left on the drive shaft. The shop recommended to the customer to have the U-joint changed as soon as possible. This car was brought in as a customer said he replaced a brake line on his wife's car, but can't get the brakes to bleed properly and they don't work. The mechanic found there to be no brake fluid left from the reservoir, and that the customer tried to replace the brake line with some fuel line. This car was brought in as a customer says they have a clunking noise. The mechanic found that the customer tried to convert their 4-lug hub to a 5-lug hub to fit some aftermarket wheels. The customer declined to get this correctly fixed by the shop or wheel adapters, and then somehow managed to drive this away. And this car was brought in as a customer said they have a misfire. The shop found that the customer has been driving around with a broken engine mount. No repairs were performed. This car was brought in as the owner says they have an oil leak and tried fixing it themselves. The mechanic found that the customer tried to stop the oil leak with foil tape as the oil pan was damaged. You can submit clips that you personally filmed on our website at justrolledyt.com. I hope you enjoyed this video, and please consider leaving a like or subscribing if you haven't already. Thanks for watching.
Well, we made it to the end, ladies and gentlemen. We made it to the end of the best of 2024 for Customer States compilations. Now we gotta wait until the end of the year to see Custom States compilations for 2025. But that's where I'm gonna call it a session, ladies and gentlemen. This has been an incredible stream. Thank you, everybody. Hold on, let me do this. Hold on, close window, turn desktop off, and let's get me back where I need to be. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this was an incredibly fun session. I'm glad we had this time together. This was fun. This was fun. This was really, really fun, especially having my sister come in and just witness all of this. Mind you, it wasn't even my dad. It was my youngest sister who tuned into this. And she, well, you can clearly see that she's hilarious. I don't even need to prop her up because you got a taste of just how hilarious she is. But that was a wonderful session. These people don't need to be on the road, though. The people that say, like, nah, I don't want it fixed, and then leave, they do not deserve to drive at all. Give them bikes, give them skateboards, give them rollerblades, give them scooters even. Not electric ones, but just regular ones, because they do not deserve to drive at all. Overall, this was a fun session, and I'm looking forward to the next time I get to entertain you, which will probably be on Thursday, because we get not only the beginning after the end, but also the newest update for Wuthering Waves. And we got some other things that's going to be happening, you know, for the rest of this month, as well as moving into April. So that should be fun. But I'm done for today, ladies and gentlemen. I've gone on long enough as it is. Hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples.